Hi everybody, just gotta adjust the camera because I totally forgot to do this before I started. Every time. Just a little more. Cool. So yeah, hello. So today we're going to be jumping into Super Mario 3D World and playing that. I'm very excited for this. So on that note, I'm going to jump right in. And then also, as you can notice on screen, I'm attempting an incentive bar. Like, I feel like I've been streaming enough where I could, might as well just at least try one, even if it takes a while. Also, thanks for the resub, Jamie, appreciate it. You can tell I haven't played this version of it, because I'm used to the Wii U version of it. And which, yeah, basically I've never played Bowser's Fury, so once I'm done with this game, I'll be playing that. Alright. Now, which character do I go as, because I have options? Well, I know Peach is pretty much easy mode, so... So how about this? For the sake of a challenge, I'm going to do a Toad-only run, unless, because I know there's some particular collectibles that require the other characters. Unless it requires the other characters, this is going to be a Toad playthrough. Making the executive decision right now. Yeah, it was definitely one of my favorites for when it first came out. So yeah, as I was stating earlier, I'm basically attempting an incentive bar, where basically, I say this because like I've never really dabbled with Stream Elements too much. I got the account set up and that was about it. So I got it all set up to a base level, which is why I have like all the tabs on my browser just so I can monitor as things go on. But I'll explain once this cutscene wraps up. Yeah, Bowser being Bowser. Get back here, you piece of crap! Well, we're doing this legit now. Alright. Yeah, I know one of the main things they added to this version is that there's Captain Toad levels. Those are actually multiplayer now. I know there's some other subtle edits they came up with, but I know that was the major one I remember. Of course, besides Bowser's Fury itself, but that's a whole other side mode. So yeah, I say this is going to be somewhat of a challenge run because basically the four characters have their strengths and weaknesses. Mario's kind of your standard platformer, like just average speed, average height on the jumps, all around a good character. Peach kind of has like a float jump, which is kind of what I refer to as easy mode, which is especially good for first-time players, especially when you get to the more extremely difficult levels. Luigi has a higher jump, but no float. Toad has the worst jump, but he runs the fastest. So when I say this is going to be like a bit more challenging, it's because I'm going to have a minimal jump. And like I said, any collectibles that require the other characters, I will go back and get those. But besides that, it's going to be Toad only. And I'm not, like, a true 100%ing this game, is that I'm not doing all five, or I'm not playing as all five characters on stream. I'm basically beating all the levels at least once, with the exception of going back for collectibles, and that's about it. Because odds are I'm not going to get all the collectibles for all the levels the first time around. So yeah, going back to the donation bar. So, kind of for my first attempt at this, basically the donation goal is going to be for playing Castlevania Symphony of the Night on the PS1. I set it at $100 because at the cheapest I've seen that game run for was like $100. The average is actually more like $125, $150. So that's why I put that first, and also I just really want to play it at some point. Yeah, obviously no pressure to donate or anything, but appreciate it, and it will go towards that goal. I might have to manually, like, adjust the goal as donations come in, but still. And then, in terms of the actual, like, way I'm gonna count it, it's not gonna be subscription, it's gonna be actual donation money. There should be a link on the Twitch page for doing that, and then please let me know if there's any issues, because no one has... I don't think anyone's actually legitimately used the donation feature. They've either used bits or subs. So yeah, please let me know as soon as possible if there's issues, because I will not know until someone attempts it. Which is also my way of saying maybe don't put in a giant donation initially, like maybe test the water with $1 or something like that if you're gonna do it. And then once we've confirmed it works, we're good. Plug over. Yeah, because I know some people would like to do, like, sub-goals and everything, but I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to pressure people to follow the channel if they don't... Because I know, or if they don't want to. It's more so, like, actual, like, legit incentives, like, hey, I will play this game if you put your money where your mouth is, kind of a thing. And I'm probably only likely going to do this for, like, some of the more expensive games, too, just kind of a stretch goal to go for, because... Some games are stupid expensive. Especially in the GameCube, some of them run for like several $100, and that's not even counting the super rare games. So yeah, kind of like Pikmin, this is going to be pretty casual, because I've played this whole game and it's not necessarily the longest thing on the planet. It's at least still going to be a few sessions, but... Can't imagine it'd go more than a month. And I should mention in regards to the incentive that, like, if the goal gets met, as soon as possible, it's getting played on the channel. So, like, the next available slot I'll put it in for, and then, well, of course I have to buy the game at that point. And then it has to ship, so you know that's gonna take at least a week. So just know it's not going to be, like, immediate, but, like, as soon as possible, but definitely not, like, it's not getting played the next day is the gist on that. Because I want to make sure I get it from a reliable seller, because I don't want to get scammed, because that happened with me with Dokapon Kingdom. The first copy I got, the disc wasn't in there. I don't know if it was the seller's fault or what, but I just don't want to risk that kind of stuff. Especially when collectively between the two copies, it was about $200. And so I'm like, yeah, I'm taking my time making sure I get a good buyer on that. Or a seller, rather. Whee! Well, kind of partially also why I waited to do the stretch goal was to to absolutely double check that there was backwards compatibility with playing PS1 games on the PS2, so I wouldn't also have to buy an additional console. So now that I've confirmed that, it's like, okay, now I feel like, yeah, I can put this up there in good faith that, like, yeah, I can for sure play this without also have to get a console. so then these are kind of the first of many, like, I call them puzzle boxes, where basically you get typically 10 seconds to solve the puzzle, and you get one attempt at it. Otherwise, you have to reset the level or die if you want another go at it. Of course, they're easier with multiple players, but the whole thing is possible with one. Yeah, of course, when you don't have the cat suit, you definitely have to get creative. And then, of course, the more characters you have in your party, the more items you can carry, but so with one player, it's just one. Yeah, man. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I've only played as Toad for maybe a couple of levels, but I think, like, the couple where he was actually required for, like, getting an item. But that was about it. Yeah, of course, plus I know some of these levels I'm gonna have to go back with the cat suit and get the flagpole, because that's also part of completion. One, of course, in order to actually get to the final section of the game, you need to have gotten all the collectibles and then gotten all the flagpoles. So yeah, basically, if you've got all the green stars, it'll show up. If you did not get the flagpole, it'll be the colors characters opposed to gold. Plus, you can keep track of it on the menu screen. Welcome to a Toad house. Pick a box. Its contents will help you on the way. Then, of course, I got the mother load. Back to Catsuit. Yeah, which, of course, that's the selling point of this whole game, is the Catsuit power-up, which is pretty cool to know that that's actually in the Mario movie, which, yeah, that's coming out in about a week and a half. That's nuts. Actually, probably more like 2 weeks. Shoot. Yeah, like I said, I know, like, because I've rarely played as Toad, I have to get used to the jumping mechanics of having a weaker jump. Because I am so used to having a floatier jump. Yeah, and one other thing I was going to mention with that donation goal, like, I'm only putting it at 100. Like, I am more than willing to put it, like, whatever the rest of the cost is, I will cover the rest of it. So that's why I'm only putting it that high, just because I know that's kind of the base level of how expensive it is. Darn it, too short. Oh, shoot! Again, I'm getting used to the mechanics of how Toad jumps. Because it is a little less forgiving. Like, if there was a hard mode in this game, this is it. It's playing as Toad. Alright, cool. So yeah, I missed the stamp in the first couple of areas, so I gotta go back to that. Yeah, like, and then of course the other part of it is I gotta know how to control how fast Toad runs, because like, yeah, he's gonna get these coins faster, but he's gonna be a bit more of a wild card or a loose cannon because of that. But yeah, of course there's one level in each in the game that requires a certain character to press a button for a stamp. And then there's another level later on in the game that, like, in order, basically you're chasing the flagpole. The only way to catch it reliably is to use Blue Toad because he runs so fast. Oh shoot, missed the power-up. There we go. Nailed it. Alright, so I gotta go back for the first star. Luckily this whole section's vertical, so I can pretty much just jump right off the edge. Oh shoot, fell right off the edge. Alright, where the heck is this first star at? Right there, sweet. Alright, so I got all the collectibles, so I can pretty much just beeline it straight for the end. There's a lot that I take for granted when I had a better jump. Yeah, this is one of those situations I definitely don't want to sprint, because I might fall off the edge. Bam! Well, and then of course the green stars serve a purpose too, because there's certain sections you need to have a certain amount in order to progress. Because if you completely ignore it, you gotta go back and do some collecting. Alright, so from here we can pretty much access most of the rest of World 1. So yeah, whenever there's a gate like this, it means that there's a green star requirement. Hidden Toad House. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I just 100% complete each area before I leave it, just so I don't have to backtrack later. So yeah, I gotta find the stamp in this area, and then I gotta get the flagpole in the second level. Actually, I think the stamp might be in here now that I think about it. Yep, there it is. Cool. Which, yeah, speaking of this game, it turns a decade old this year. Holy crap. I think November is when it technically came out, but I'll have to double check. Like, come on, Toad, climb up the wall. Just do it. Do it, you coward! So let me double check really quick. November 21st will officially be the 10-year anniversary of the game, so not for a half a year still, but still. Alright, so we gotta get the flagpole, and we gotta get the stamp. Yeah, just make sure I don't lose the cat suit is all. Oh shoot. Or more specifically, don't lose both cat suits. Yep, hidden section where you get a bunch of coins. 100 coins equals a life. You might not need a whole lot of them now, but trust me, you're gonna need these for later. Yeah, it's like I'm trying to hit it dead on so it's less likely to injure Toad. Because if you hit it at an angle, it's gonna go flying. And of course you have to actually run into it like that, you can't kick it. Yeah, and of course you can hold 999 lives, so there's really isn't a limit or too much. Like, trust me, you hit that point eventually, just not immediately. Yeah, and of course that's one of the other selling points of this this game is the clear pipes. Alright, so yep, I'm going in here for the stamp. Cool beans. Alright, pretty much just beeline it for the exit. Yeah, and of course it'll actually tell you, like, this is how high the flag was. Because trust me, there's gonna be some levels where it's gonna be like, at least the first time, it's gonna be kind of difficult to get the flagpole if you don't have a cat suit, so just getting the flagpole is an accomplishment in and of itself. So then you go back later and try to go in with the cat suit to get the flagpole. Yeah, of course, that reminds me, that's one of the other additions to this game, is they made the stamps colored, because they were black and white in the original version. Yeah, and of course, you used to need the gamepad for this, but you don't need it anymore. Captain Toad, fearless hunter of green stars, is ready for adventure. Guide him safely through the course in a search for 5 green stars. Make sure to get all 5 in order to take them home. And just so you know, Captain Toad can't jump. Keep that in mind. Yeah, the point where if you attempt to, his backpack's so heavy he can't jump. You can sprint, though. Yeah, and of course they made a whole spin-off game on this, which I thought was a lot of fun. It's definitely more of a platform, or a puzzle game, because there's occasionally power-ups, but besides that, Toad also can't jump in that game, so it's definitely more of a puzzle game than a platform. Well, it's a puzzle platform, let's be honest. But yeah, like I said, in this game they actually made this mode multiplayer. So basically everyone can divide and conquer if you want. Yeah, and of course, it's like everything else. Like, if you get hit twice, Toad dies. And I think it's usually every other world is where you get these levels. Alright, so then we got 2 levels. I'll try to go in order. So we're saying hi to Plessy, one of the other new additions to this game. Hop on Plessy and head for the goal. Control your speed by tilting... Okay, yeah. And this is also one of those levels where, because of the paths and getting all the collectibles, there's one point where you basically have to get a green star, or you can get the stamp. So, like, this is one of those levels where you have to play it multiple times. Yeah, of course I missed a coin, but it's not required for a green star, so it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, because you normally get the stamp over there, but in order to get one of the green stars, you have to go this direction. So yeah, you have to do this level twice in order to get all the collectibles. Alright, so then we'll do the level a second time to go get the stamp, and that'll be all she wrote. Yeah, of course, the catsuit's especially gonna come in clutch because I'm playing as Toad. Because especially Luigi and Peach, but especially with them and to a lesser extent Mario, you're way less likely to miss that jump. So yep, you only need 10 in order to get in here, so you get way more than that to get to the first boss area. But nope, I gotta get a stamp and do an entire level before we do that. Yeah, of course, well, and I know the other thing that's going on this week is I know PAX is this weekend. I feel like it would have been way more possible had it been in April again, but I'm just like, oh man. Well, I chose to go to MagFest, so what else do you do? Because lack of PTO is a real thing. I mean, to be fair, I got my own set of projects coming up. Like, I mean, one's kind of more of a personal thing, and the other thing's, like, definitely a creative project. So the personal thing is that I'm trying to get very in shape. Like, very in shape. So I officially started that last week, and naturally my muscles are sore, but that's kind of to be expected, especially for something... Oh, crap. And that's the negative side, is you can miss. So yeah, this might take a couple of attempts. And of course you have to do the level over again if you die, so, because there's no checkpoints. So pretty much just try to beeline it for that section and then just go ridiculously slow so that Plessy doesn't take the turn too hard. But yeah, just kind of for more self-improvement than anything. I don't have a specific goal necessarily, just something I wanted to do for a while, and just finally got around to making it a priority. Well, especially now that the winter's over. Or just the really cold portion, because I know it's technically spring now, but of course, where I'm at, that doesn't really matter too much. It's still in the 30s or 40s. It's still, I would argue, winter temperatures. So yeah, this is where you really want to slow down, because otherwise Plessy is way more likely to miss the turn. Alright, cool. I'll explain the other one once I get past the Plessy platforming. The PP, if you will. Well, I should mention the Toad-only run is only going to be for 3D World. Like, for Bowser's Fury, you can only play as Mario. Basically, you and Bowser Jr. team up to stop Bowser because basically after the events of this game, he goes berserk. You have to fight him like kaiju style, and it's pretty nuts for what I've seen. So yeah, the other project that's now in the works is finally getting, well, I mean, I know I technically started, but making the costume at least for the Noah cosplay. Because I got the wig situated already, as well as the flute prop. Now it's a matter of making the costume, which I know the main couple of pieces are going to be the, well, I'm starting with the shirt and then doing the jacket afterwards, because let's just say one's going to be simpler and more of a warm-up than the other. Yeah, because basically where I'm at so far with it is, yeah, I procured the materials to make the shirt. I got the knee pads, and then I just gotta paint them the correct color, which, by the way, I found out that according to the model, I thought his pants were gray. Apparently they were like a navy color. This is what happens when you do cosplays, you figure out, like, what the actual colors of characters' outfits are. I mean, let's just say the colors for his are way simpler than Heroes, because, I mean, that one's supposed to be ridiculously colorful. I mean, for Pete's sakes, it's a lavender purple coat with green pants and really light green boots. So yeah, like I said, I got the materials to sew the shirt. I'll continue explaining once I get past this section. 'Cause this is actually on more of a timer. Okay, cool. But yeah, then I bought the boots that I'm gonna do a lot of alterations on. Definitely not as many as, I mean, there's gonna be some armor bits, so, like, there's gonna be some other alterations to it, but, like, with the hero boots, it was so much more complex, because I actually had to spray paint those suckers a very light green. Because I started off with, like, light gray boots, because naturally you can't find that color anywhere. Alright, this is one of those things you do not, or actually, no, I do need to platform on these in order to get it low enough for the stamp. Actually, yeah. I might have to come back with the cat suit. Oh, I have the cat suit, duh. I am so used to the minus button for this with the Wii U version. And then you just bypass this. done. But yeah, I got that stuff, and then what else was there? That might have been all I did, because well, I guess the other part was I got the pattern for the jacket. There's like 2 possible ones I might go with, because it's also going to be one of those pieces that's going to have some alterations, just because it's kind of a unique piece of clothing. Because, I mean, for Pete's sakes, it has essentially a useless zipper. That's just on there for aesthetics. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's definitely been some people that have, like, done it to 100% accuracy, but just based on people that I know, I guess, a bit more closely that have done the cosplay, like, they're part of, like, the Runaway Guys community and stuff. I was trying to, like, there were, like, 1 or 2 bits where I'm like, at least just to check it out, I'm like, how do they do this practically, and then I can figure it out from there. And then I realized I'm probably going a bit more hardcore than most people. Then again, I guess that's the whole point, just trying to do it to the greatest accuracy, or to the, greatest accuracy level possible. But I just know some things are not going to look exact just because either physics or just I don't have the resources to make certain things. Yeah, so that's going to be my sewing project, essentially. And then once I'm done with that, then I'm doing an N cosplay, which I know I mean, probably not the only person who's attempting it, but I know there's at least one person who's attempting it right now, and several people are attempting M. I say this because there's going to be a lot of, like, 3D printed armor pieces. Like, a lot. That's why it's definitely going to be more of a 3D printing project as opposed to a sewing project. Gonna be the first time I dabble in 3D printing outside of just like having it available as a resource for classes. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, I'll have to go back for the stamp. But yeah, there's one piece that I was like kind of relieved on that like this person was trying, which is essentially having a black bodysuit on and then just having the armor bits over it. I'm like, okay, that justifies my line of thought of going into that. Of course, I don't want to have too many cosplays lined up because I just want to do one at a time, but I have my lineup of the next 3, so there's those 2, and then I'll do the boss fight and then explain what the 3rd one is. Yeah, of course, my goal for the Noah cosplay is to try to get it done by the time the 1-year anniversary of the game comes out. Which I think is doable, because it took me about 4... Well, when I say 4 months, I really mean like 1 to 2 actual months, because I only am able to work on it 2 to 3 times a week because of my job. So, like, if I combined it, or I condensed down the time, it was actually 1 to 2 months of continuous work. But, like, it took 4 months because I had less time. So I'm like, well, if I got 4 months now between that and the goal, so I think it's doable. I'm not going to push it if it's not done, but still. And then my goal for N is just... I mean, it'd be cool if I got it done by the end of the year, but my goal is just by the end of next year, because I do not know how difficult it's going to be, because I know there's going to be a decent amount of twin pieces, so to speak, because, like, especially with arms, but there's going to be a lot of pieces. Plus, I know I got to keep some slits open for light work, because it's one of those light-up costumes. Alright, done. So I might have to go back for the stamp really quick. Yep, I gotta go back for the stamp. So we're doing the boss fight again. Alright, skip the cutscene, and we're back at it. So in terms of the third cosplay, which is unless for some reason I get both of those done this year, that is definitely going to be a 2024 project. Unless I just want to multitask at that point, because, like, the third one's going to be a sewing project again. In light of Castlevania, what is it called, Nocturne? Yeah. Basically the second Netflix series coming out with the, Symphony of the Night characters. Kind of in honor of that coming out. Oh, there's a Luigi, there's an 8-bit Luigi just swimming in the background. That's hilarious. Gotta make sure I look at it without dying. That's definitely something they added. That's hilarious. It's like, Luigi, what are you doing here? I know you're not in the party right now, but what the heck, dude? Okay, I gotta be careful or I will die. So I just gotta figure out where the stamp's at. Because it's definitely back here somewhere. But yeah, before I lose my train of thought, base Richter Belmont. And I'm talking like... I mean, once I get to that point, I might decide to actually do his costume from the Netflix series, but for now, I'm thinking the design from Dracula X / Rondo of Blood. Which is kind of part of the reason I'm trying to get my arms in shape, because it'd be cool if I had, you know, more muscular arms for that. Not saying that to be perfect, but I think it'd be cool. So yeah, those are my... I mean, to be fair, I know that queue is eventually going to grow too, but that is my current queue of cosplays. It's like, now that I've done my first one, I actually feel confident in more confident in my abilities. I mean, to be fair, I think Richter probably would have been, like, the next one I had done if it wasn't for Xeno 3. Because I honestly had that idea even before I played Xeno 3. It's just, you know, Xeno 3 came out and changed my life. So I'm like, yep, now this is shooting straight to the top of the list. Well, plus that, to an extent, I'm not in a massive hurry to do Richter as well, because with how popular the original Castlevania series was with Trevor and friends, unless some weird shenanigans happen, that is definitely getting more than one season. So, like, if I do that cosplay next year, I'm pretty sure it'll still be going on, or it'll still be very relevant or recent. Well, and of course, we've really only gotten a teaser trailer as well, because we have not yet heard a bit of dialogue out of Richter. And then they officially showed a kind of still of Maria, so we know, well, I mean, it's kind of obvious she's going to be in the show, but it just confirms it for anyone who's questioning that. But yeah, I am so pumped for that show. I know they haven't set a release date yet, just the teaser came out and that was it. But yeah, I absolutely enjoyed the crap out of the first series. Yeah, it's definitely, it's M for mature for sure, so, if you're a child, I do not recommend you watch that. Because it does not relent when it comes to, like, blood and gore and stuff. It's essentially a rated R show. Well, plus there's a lot of swearing amongst other people, and then there's just straight up some sex scenes, so there's also that. More so in Season 3, but just to give you guys a heads up now. Because when I was watching that blind, that came the heck out of nowhere. And then I'm just like, what is this, Game of Thrones? Yeah, and I don't think that Richter's gonna be as off the rails as Trevor, because, like, Trevor is definitely off the rails as a person. I mean that in a good way, but, like... I mean, to be fair, I get it because of his traumatizing childhood. Because, yeah, basically the church came in and killed everyone in his family, and then he kind of just survived on his own and avoid the church. So initially he gets by drinking a lot. Welcome in, Ash Ketchum. Just started World 2 of the game. Just basically doing what I'm going to refer to as hard mode, which is playing as Toad because you have less of a jump. This is also a challenge for me because every single playthrough I've done has been, basically I've only used Toad for the couple of times where he's required, either for collectibles, and then there's also one level where you have to go for, you could probably do it as other characters, it's just you have to go fast enough in order to catch the flagpole, and as far as I've been dabbling with it, it's really only possible with Toad. It's probably possible with other characters. And I'm talking one player, not multiplayer. Oh, shoot. Yeah, as you can see, I'm still trying to get used to the lack of jump. That's why I refer to this as hard mode. Because I gotta get used to the mechanics of this game all over again. Yeah, because the first time, I think, once I realized that Peach had the float ability, I think the first time I played as Peach, which really came in clutch in the final, darn it. I have never played that. I know what happens, so none of it's a spoiler. So that's going to be the other part of this game, is once I'm done with this, I'm playing Bowser's Fury. I only got this version of the game recently, because up until that point I've been playing the Wii U version. Like, I think I've only had this for, like, a couple of months and just finally got around to playing this. Normally, I probably would have put it lower in the bracket for my list of projects, but it is Mario Month, and kind of also in celebration of the Mario movie coming out in 2 weeks. Figured I'd play a Mario game. No, I am just going to be playing it as Toad with the exception of whenever the other 4 characters are required for getting collectibles. This is going to be a Toad-only run. Which, Champions Road's gonna be interesting. I have only ever attempted that as Peach. At least in single player. In terms of getting the other characters for a true 100% completion, that was definitely multiplayer. Oh yeah, I'm really not good at getting the stars at all. I'm definitely got to backtrack. But yeah, I'm at least gonna 100% the game in terms of, like, essentially single player 100% complete the game, because I know part of completion is also beating it with all 5 characters. I'm using the Pro Controller. Yeah, let me pause because I know this is on a timer. Just a standard Pro Controller. I realized this yesterday with Pikmin that I'm like, yeah, since there's a timer on this game, I really have to pause, otherwise I'm just gonna lose out on progress. Yeah, after just kind of Joy-Con drift ended up being a thing, I was like, yeah, oh crap, I just realized I killed that. Shoot. Alright, redo. It's pretty much what I do in games. I'm just like, yeah, I would rather just basically just off myself off the screen than reset. Because it's quicker and you gain lives very quickly in this game, especially early on. Now I just gotta figure out where the first star is, because the second one was something, or I passed it. Okay, I might have to go that way. Yeah, because I accidentally killed the enemy that would allow me to break the block to get it. Yeah, no, it's a negative side about not using Peach in some of these sections, because since she can hover, she can just she can collect more coins, because she'll just be above the pit for a couple seconds. Whereas Toad, you only get like a microsecond for that. Yep, there it is, cool. Alright, so I just gotta grab the second star, which is back this direction, and then we can end the level out. Just try to make sure I don't get hit, because otherwise I'm gonna lose the cat suit power-up. Okay, now I got a second attempt at it, worst case scenario. Yeah, of course I know because Toad goes faster. Oh shit. He's way more likely to fall off the edges. Well, I gotta go this... Well, actually, no, I do have to go this way. Yeah, I am not using that power up until I get to where I need to go. But yeah, you have to be way more precise with your jumps. And then, yeah, like I said, because he runs faster, he's way more likely to fall off the edge. This might take a couple of attempts. Boo. Don't give me the middle finger like that, game. I'm playing this on hard mode, darn it! Okay, cool, I got a fire flower. I can kill some of these guys now. Of course, I gotta be accurate in my throws, and also I gotta get close enough. There we go. Because, like I said, I'm trying to save the cat suit until I actually need it for the flagpole. Yeah, I gotta get closer. There we go. Okay, so that should get rid of all the ones in my way. Cool. So yeah, one of the stars is in one of these blocks, so you need to keep this thing alive until it frees it. Alright, cool. Alright, so now I gotta time this perfectly, otherwise I'm falling in the pit. Go. Got a bit more of an edge as Blue Toad, but still. Yeah, that's definitely one of those sections where having Blue Toad comes in clutch, because he can run fast enough and he's less likely to fall off the pit, or fall in the pit. So yeah, those statues also require a certain amount of green stars. So yeah, as long as you're staying diligent with getting all the stars, you shouldn't fall behind with getting these requirements. But yeah, if you get sloppy, then it's kind of a problem later. Well, of course, this is the nice part, too, is that... Oh, that's how you do this. Wow. So that's the other improvement they made with this version, is that you can actually play this without using the touchscreen. Because in the Wii U version, you actually had to use the gamepad. So basically, if you didn't have access to the gamepad, you could not 100% complete this game. So this is one thing I'm super glad they fixed. with the remake. Suppose it makes sense, especially with the Joy-Cons and the controllers being able to have, like, essentially function similarly to a Wii controller like this. Okay, cool, you can still reach that. Awesome sauce. Yeah, and of course, this is also different because now these platforms just go back and forth. There was a feature in the original version where you actually had to blow into the microphone on the gamepad in order to shoot. Retrospect, I shouldn't have done that. But yeah, you blow into the microphone and it would actually make the platforms go up and down. But because they know that's not going to be practical for people not using the pad, they just made them, like, basically moving platforms like that. Although it looks like you can still use the cursor to actively touch these things. So it pretty much acts as the blowing mechanic. Whee! I always appreciate some of these green stars that you don't have to jump to touch them. Yeah, and of course it looks like you can stun the enemies for a few seconds if you touch them like that. Although, to be fair, because you can't use the touchpad, this does require a bit more concentration. Because you're trying to platform while also doing that. Yeah, I'm unfortunately gonna have to go back with that with a cat suit. It's kind of par for the course when you're doing this as Toad. Alright, item house. So it's the small one the first two times. Alright, cool, I was correct. Cool. Well, the saving feature is different too, because normally it would, like, the screen would kind of, like, fade out for a second while it's saved, but this time it just saves, like, while you're still messing around with stuff, so I definitely appreciate that change. Alright, so I'm gonna go back in to go get the flagpole. And then just so I don't lose the cat suit, definitely don't have it equipped. This is definitely something I'm probably going to have to keep in mind going forward for the rest of the playthrough, is that if I want a cat suit for flagpole purposes, do not have it equipped, because if I die, I lose the cat suit. But if it's in my reserve items, I don't lose it. Nope, not not messing around with that. So yeah, this is kind of the start of this playthrough, but yeah, to kind of explain my other projects going on right now. So currently there's this. Persona 5 should likely wrap up next week, as we're going to fight the final boss tomorrow. And then there's just going to be some Aftermath content, but that's about it. And then, so then after that, then I'm going to be playing Fire Emblem Engage. Based on how long it seems like long plays are, I'm fairly confident I could finish it before Tears of the Kingdom comes out, because I know that's going to take several months. And then, one of my other projects is basically playing the entire Pikmin trilogy before Pikmin 4 comes out at the end of July. So, I finished Pikmin 1 yesterday. Between the 1 hour I put into it last week, right after Dokapon ended, and then yesterday, I think it took me about 5 hours to finish, and I knew it was going to be the shortest of the trilogy. Of course, now I'm in it 2, and I know that's going to be the big boy. 3's got more content, but definitely not as much as 4, or, excuse me, 2, especially if you're going for 100% completion. Because there's kind of like two objectives in Pikmin 2. You're essentially trying to get out of debt in that game. There's like the primary objective, which is getting out of debt and paying off the 10,000 Pokos. And then there's Phase 2, where you get access to Area 4. And then your goal is to get all the treasures. So yeah, that'll be going on. And then once this is wrapped up, I got a couple of projects I'm going to do afterwards. The next one's going to be playing Team Dark and Sonic Heroes. Because it's my favorite, like, and I should preface this, I'm only playing Team Dark, because I know it kind of gets repetitive after a while, and I like the challenge with the, like, the combat and everything, and as I've stated before on this channel, I think it's actually easier than Team Sonic, because there's one particular section in Mystic Mansion that, the platforming is a bit BS with the homing attacks in order to finish the level. Everything else is relatively doable, except that one section. I've only been able to pull it off, like, 2 or 3 times, and of course, those are the runs I end up going with for get 100% completion. So yeah, so that'll be next after this game is done, because I know the Pikmin project's going to go on for a couple of months. And then I should mention, it's not just going to be the trilogy. In addition, I am also going to be playing the Pikmin mode in Nintendo Land, so it'll be 4 games in total. Alright, then I got this time section. Okay. Cool. Alright, let me try to grab this guy without getting injured. And then once that's done, unless there's some other shorter game that I'm looking forward to that comes out, in the meantime, the next game after that is going to be Pizza Tower. Because I really want to play Pizza Tower. But I've already promised to a couple people that I play Sonic Heroes, and I don't want to delay on that too much. Not that that's going to take more than 1 or 2 sessions to beat that, but still. So that's kind of the general direction for the channel, and then of course the notable projects I know I'm going to be doing at some point this year are going to be Zelda Tears of the Kingdom when that comes out, Pikmin 4 when that comes out, and then the Wave 4 DLC of Xeno 3 when that comes out, presumably later this year. Beyond that, we'll just see what happens. Well, I know the weirdest part is, like, when I finish Persona 5, that's gonna be weird. Okay, so this is one of those levels where I'm gonna have to come back because, as you saw, there is a, in order to get that particular collectible, you need Mario. So I will complete this once as Toad, and then I will come back and do it as Mario. I might have missed a star, too. Well, I mean, I had to do this twice regardless. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go back for the first one when I play this as Mario. It's okay, Toad, fall down the pit. Nothing bad will happen, I promise. So yeah, this is basically the game telling you, it's like, hey, have you tried the other characters yet? Alright. Alright, so then I gotta figure out where this other star is located. Though I might have an idea. Yeah, I think it's up here. Yep, here we go, cool. Don't worry, Mario, you'll be able to play, or you'll be a featured character once we get to Bowser's Fury, but until then, you're taking the backseat to Blue Toad. Yeah, and of course, the nice part is, like, you kind of notice, like, you get a speed boost after a second or so of running. The boost kicks in way quicker when you're playing as Toad because he is the speed character. So that is the plus side. Time for Mario to take over the flagpole. Yeah, and I should mention, when I 100% completed this game with all 5 characters, I essentially had to play each level 3 times, because I go in with one character, initially, and then I basically have a second controller, and then the whole time I just take... crap. Gotta re-equip Toad. So yeah, I basically use another character to carry one, like, essentially the third character. I usually wouldn't bother with it until you unlocked Rosalina post-game. So then I could just do it, like, twice in a row. So yeah, essentially I'd use, like, Peach to carry Toad or something like that, if I played as Mario, and then I'd use, like, Luigi to carry Rosalina, and then, so basically I'd be playing each level 3 times. Die, you stupid Galoombas. Think about what you've done. Mystery House Melee. Welcome to the Mystery House. There's 1 star in each room, so do your best to get them all. Good luck. Now get going. So this is kind of just a gauntlet of these rooms. And if you mess up at all, you go back to the beginning. So you have to do it in 1 flawless run. Of course, you get to keep the stars you've collected, it's just you. That's about it. Like, or you don't get any more of those, and you have to get to that point in the gauntlet before you can keep getting new stars. Alright, done. I say this because, like, the final area has, like, I think it's, like, I forget if it's 30 or 50 stars. But yeah, it's a whole gauntlet, and some of them, if you don't know how to do some of the platforming, can be difficult. Because there's one feature of the game I just really didn't grasp the concept on until later, which is basically holding the B button down to bounce off the enemies you platform. If you don't know how to do that, you're screwed on getting some of the collectibles for several levels, as well as being able to easily get through Champion's Road. Definitely don't want to lose any of the clones, because I need those to 100% complete this area. Just aggressively attack. Yeah, because for this one you need a clone. Or it just kind of negates it if you have multiple players, but still. Then you kind of use the wall so that you can allow the others to catch up. Yeah, of course, you don't actually take damage until you're down to the last clone. Alright, then I missed one of the things at some point, so I'll have to go back and get that. But the main thing is you can't get this unless you have 4 characters or 3 clones. So I'll have to go back with a stamp at some point. And of course you get more points the more clones you have, so definitely try to keep them alive if you want more points. Mew! Alright, so I gotta make sure I don't miss the stamp this time. So yep, there it is. Yeah, from here on out, I don't need any of the clones. It's just a matter of finishing the level. Alright, cool. Mew! Yeah, it is so interesting to see these in color, because I'm just not used to it. Yep, so all that's left is the boss level. This is going to be one of those situations I'm going to want to switch over if I want access to the cat suit. Alright, I gotta hurry. Oh, lots of cat suit crap. Alright, welcome to the cannon box. One of the funnest things in this game. And yes, you can use this thing with the cat power-up, so you can also climb walls while you have this thing. Then you basically hold the Y button to get a charge shot. You can also get the collectibles with your charge shots, too, so that's a nice feature. Because, yeah, there is going to be one section at the end where you can't get the collectible unless you have the... Oh, shit. Alright. Oh, you can't jump off the edge. Well, unfortunately, I have to do this level twice now. Because you only get access to the cannon box at the beginning. But yeah, there's one section where you can only access it with the cannon box. That's in a breakable wall section that you can only use with the cannon box. Like, fire flowers do not do crap, unfortunately. Whew. Alright, done. Well, yeah, I said I missed the jump, so I gotta do it a second time regardless. Yeah, it's a nice part too, is you can actually skip the cutscenes. Hey Dominic, welcome in. Just beat the boss of World 2. Just going back for some of the collectibles, and then it's off to World 3. Pelt them with all the fireballs. Make sure I don't lose the cannon box this time. Yeah, I think I just decided after a while I was gonna just try to do a solo playthrough, because part of it too is I was going to attempt what I'm referring to as hard mode, where I'm playing as Toad. I mainly say that because he has limited jumps, or his jumps are just not as, shoot. Because usually when I play this game, I only play as Toad if it's required. Other than that, I try to avoid him, so this time, like, I'm just gonna make this a challenge and try to just go through the whole game as him, with the exception of going back for collectibles that require the other four characters. Because I know the biggest challenge so far has been getting used to the jumping mechanics, or just having a lack of a jump. Like, even just comparing it to Mario, not even counting, like, Luigi or Peach. Wow, it is so easy to lose this box. Because I know part of it, like, going through these levels is I'm like, some of these actually are a bit more difficult as playing as Blue Toad, because, like, there's a lot lesser, there's a lesser amount of a margin of error. So, like, yeah, if your jumps aren't precise, you're not getting certain things, etc. And also, you don't want to boost too much with the speed boost, because otherwise you're going off the edge. Because he also runs faster. But yeah, this beginning section is the only place where you can get the cannon boxes, and then you just have to hold it for the rest of the level. Otherwise you can't get the third green star at the end of the level. Alright, so I got past that section, but we'll see what happens the rest of the level. So yeah, as I mentioned to some people earlier in the chat, this is basically going to be a one-player playthrough, essentially. Like, I'm not, like, doing a true 100% complete where I'm completing all levels as all 5 characters. I'm just playing as Blue Toad with the exception of, like I said, just getting the collectibles where you need the other characters to get them. Yeah, it pretty much wraps that up. And then the plan will be to play Bowser's Fury once I'm done with this playthrough. Like, I know what happens in Bowser's Fury, so nothing's a spoiler, it's just I haven't personally played it. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, and of course I'm trying to also hang on to the cannon box, because you can't necessarily injure him with it, but you do get bonus points at the end, which I think is typically a 1-up. If you hold on to it when you go to the flagpole. Come on. Yeah, like I said, your jumps have to be so precise when you're playing as Toad. Alright, then I gotta make sure I don't miss this jump, otherwise I gotta go back for a... Oh, shoot. Cool. Yeah, I was like, don't miss the jump, otherwise I gotta play this level a third time. Didn't you just rescue me? Shut up, I want to do it again, you stupid yellow fairy. Or excuse me, Sprixie. Alright, so that is all the collectibles and everything in World 2, so on to World 3. Yeah, I was thinking, like, if this is actually my favorite world or not. Yeah, I think it still is. Like, it's either a toss-up between this and 5. Because, like, there's just the greatest variety of levels, and just there's, like, most if not all the levels, I'm just like, I actually, like, I love these levels. Like, I purposely go back to just play some of these levels because I enjoy them a lot. Also, I've probably said this many times, but this soundtrack's a banger. Remember, I used to listen to the soundtrack, like, almost on repeat in the years following this game coming out. Especially this section, because, of course, it came out in, like, November, so, of course, within... pretty much by the time I finished the game, it was, like, Christmas time. Ah, the Christmas season of 2013. Remember it like it was yesterday. Can't believe it's been almost a decade. Jeez Louise. Of course, that was a busy season for me, because, I know I've mentioned this before on stream, but, I was a marching band kid. I mean, my primary instrument's trumpet. But yeah, I was a marching band kid, and that particular year, we marched in the Rose Parade in California, which happens around New Year's every year. So of course we were doing a bunch of prep at the end of 2013 for that, leading up to the beginning of 2014 where we actually marched the parade. So yeah, how I had time to also play this game in addition to that and coursework, I have no idea, but I made it happen, darn it. Because I'm pretty sure any other gaming projects I had just pretty much just went out the window because I was busy. Tanuki Toad! Of course, it's weird to talk about, like, that time of the year now, because it's like, it's starting to warm up, why would I talk about winter? We just left winter. It's probably because it does not feel like it's spring. I'm definitely in that region where, like, it's still in, like, the 30s or the 40s Fahrenheit, so I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna feel like spring or summer for months. April might as well just be winter part 2, because almost at random, you'll get spurts of snow showers. Like, it's been fairly commonplace probably the past decade or so for there to be, like, at least one snow shower in, like, specifically middle to late April. Just the temperature drops enough to the point where it just snows, and then, yeah, instead of it raining, it snows, and you get, like, a foot. But then, of course, because it's that time of the year, it melts within a week. But you still have a bunch of snow for that particular week. There we go, cool. Because I think normally you try to use one of those, propeller boxes, but yeah, that proves that it is possible without it. Just, yeah, you have to have a Tanuki suit, apparently, or a cat suit. Well, plus, you know, when snow's still on the ground, you're like, yeah, it's not gonna feel like it's warmer anytime soon. I mean, for Pete's sakes, it just became spring a couple days ago. It's not like it's been, like, that long. Yeah, especially with how much we got dumped on this year. Like, there were multiple times we got, like, 1 to 2 feet of snow, so that just accumulated after a while. Including one time that happened right before MagFest. Like, literally it dumped, and then, I think, like, basically, my friends and I took our flight. We had to shovel a bunch of snow because we all crashed at one of their houses. just so we all were like, well, of course we knew the snow was coming, so we're like, yeah, just so that no one's delaying in meeting up, let's just all agree to sleep over at this person's house, and then we'll all just pitch in and just aggressively shovel in the morning so that we can actually get out of their driveway. Which, yeah, of course, it is a whole different vibe when you're driving out at, like, or even just being in the passenger seat of the car at, like, 2 or 3 in the morning during a heavy snow shower. It is a different vibe. Because, of course, no one wants to be out in it if they can help it. Alright. Hopefully I don't get killed off screen. Cool, mission accomplished. Fortunately lost the cat suit. Whew! Nope, fortunately got unlucky. I mean, plus it also kind of comes down to, like, I know it is generally more enjoyable if you go with other people. Like, you can go alone, but there's some parts it's more fun if you go with friends. At least for me, it's like the confidence of, like, having my friends be, like, kind of there for some slight peer pressure of, like, no, you should do this, don't chicken out kind of a thing. But at the same time, you kind of have freedom to be able to do stuff because you're not tied down by other people. So, like, there's pros and cons to going alone as opposed to with friends. You just kind of really have to pick your preference at that point. Well, then, of course, I mean, like, you don't necessarily have to travel to go to one of those. I definitely recommend going to a local con first to see if you like it before you attempt to go to one that, you know, requires a plane ticket, like it does for me, because pretty much all those, yep, I definitely have to use that. This is one of those ones where it's going to be really difficult to do this as Blue Toad. Yeah, and of course that's the caveat too, is like there's some areas that are just so small like that where just there's no local cons, so you have to travel, period. Because for me, there's local cons, but it's very minimal still. Because, I mean, like, the vast majority of conventions are on the U.S. coasts. Pretty much with, like, there's obviously some exceptions, but, like, a lot of the big boys are on the coasts. Which is why I definitely have to make sure I conserve PTO like you wouldn't believe, because, like, if I want it to be worth it and I want to be out there the entire time, it requires, like, 3 to 4 days of PTO. Like, if I don't want to be stressed out with, like, getting up at the crack of dawn to travel and then getting back, like, by end of day on like, the last day. I know the negative side of this whole situation is that there's no checkpoint at this point, so, like, you have to do this entire section and then get to it without dying. I think in my previous playthroughs, I think I've only attempted that as Peach just because I think it might have caused me some heartache in the past. But not this time. Yeah, of course, that's the thing, too. It's like if your particular area isn't like, there's, an activity you like isn't popular enough, you're not gonna get a convention. Well, and also part of it, too, is that there's, it's not that big of a deal if I ran into said parties, but, like, there's certain parties I just don't want to run into. Like, it's not a problem I run into with like, traveling conventions, because... Ah, crap, he went off to the left. Darn it. Trying to think of what I was saying. So it happens you try to game and have these kind of conversations. Oh yeah, there's just some people I just don't want to meet locally just because, like... I don't know, just awkwardness. Like, I think like I said, I'm not gonna dwell on it too much to not make people uncomfortable, but like, basically there was an inheritance debacle that happened on one side of the family, and I just don't want to run into some relatives. That's the gist of it. Like, there's some conventions I'd only go to if I was going with friends, just because I'd essentially have backup in the event that I'd run into said parties. Not that anything would happen, it would just be ridiculously awkward. Okay, and I gotta make it back. Haha! Alright, and now it's permanent. Sweet. Alright, I gotta be careful. Jump. Cool beans. Alright, then I gotta be careful because this thing has a, is on a timer. Sweet. So yeah, basically the gist is that is the plus side about traveling for a convention is like, you're way less likely to run into that problem. Especially if you have to travel a decent distance for it. Like, pretty much whenever I go to a coastal convention. Alright, then I can just bypass this whole puzzle thing because I have the cat suit. Well, and of course, part of it too is that, like, now that I do cosplays too, that's the fun part, because, like, it kind of takes away the awkwardness that I feel, like, just going as me, because I'm like, hey, no one knows what I look like for the most part underneath this thing unless they just actually know me. Like, it's a confidence booster, essentially, because, like, you're not going as yourself, you're going as that specific character. And, of course, I could feel it, because, like, there was 1 out of 4 days I went to MagFest, I was not in cosplay, just, like, I was initially intending on doing it all 4 days, but just with travel, I was just so exhausted and also we just wanted to get to the convention, because by the time we got there, it was, like, 5 or 6 p.m., so we had missed out on, like, half of the day. So we're just like, yeah, because this thing is going to take an hour or 2 to put on, let's just get to the convention and just enjoy it while we still have time. Because part of it, too, is the fact that we were unable to get a hotel close to the convention center, so we had to rent a car to drive. Which, it wasn't that long of a distance, but, 15 minutes is still enough of a time commitment, especially when it's late. And also, just the other downside is that, like... I mean, I say this because MagFest is just known for people having, like... Okay, drunken shenanigans. Like, it's not even a choice, I have to be sober the whole weekend. Like, even if I just want to have a casual drink, I can't do that because I have to drive. I mean, I just probably wouldn't do it to my friends regardless, but it's like... If I wanted to have a drink, I'd almost have to have it, like, right away at the beginning of the day, because then it would have its time to clear its way out of my system before I have to drive. I mean, I just didn't even do that regardless, just because... I was gonna say, it's one of those things you almost have to test the waters on, too, is, I've never had my cosplay on while I've been intoxicated, so... I did not want to test the waters on that while at a convention. I want to do that in the safety of my own home. Especially with the colored contacts situation. Because, let's just say you're, like, I mean, after wearing it for, like, an entire day, you kind of get a little bit of a headache. Doesn't matter how much water you're drinking. Your eyes just get strained after a while, so I didn't want to add alcohol into the mix. Plus, I didn't want to, like, do something that would have increased the likelihood of ruining the costume, because, like, it took 4 months and a lot of diligent work to make the darn thing. It'd be an extreme shame if I ruined it. Yeah, I think one reason why this level was a bit more hype, I mean, it's still a really fun level, it was very hype back in, 2013, because this was, like, years before Luigi's Mansion 3 came out, and of course everyone's like, is this game gonna come out? Is it? Is it? And then it did, and I was like, heck yeah. Shoot. Alright, so then I missed the stamp somewhere, so I gotta go back for that at some point. But yeah, but then I wore cosplay the other 3 days. I wore the hero cosplay the 2 full days you were there, and then I kind of did, mainly because I just really wanted to get it done before MagFest, I basically did casual Noah, where it's basically just Noah in a hoodie. Because I'm like, yeah, the costume's gonna take several months to do, but I can get a wig and I can just use the same color contacts because he has a similar eye color to Hero, and as long as I just get a wig going, and then I also decided to make a flute prop because I was like, this is where I'm just gonna prioritize my time. I mean, to put in perspective, I tried to plan this thing like 3 weeks before the convention. I still made it happen, but I was literally working up until the last second to get it done. Yeah, and of course now I'm actually starting the costume proper. Well, part of it too is like I just really wanted to do it, and like, of course just like an extreme desire and motivation can get you to pretty much do anything, at least for me. It's like, who cares if I got 3 weeks? I will get this darn thing done if it kills. But yeah, if it kills me. I'm not overworking myself that much, but you get the gist. Like, I did sleep properly and eat properly and exercise and all that stuff. Well, plus it actually kind of worked out, too, because, the sweatshirt I got for that outfit, it's actually my favorite sweatshirt ever now, because it's like, ridiculously comfy. It's a pullover sweatshirt. It's like, if you know Noah from Xeno 3, it's like that color of sweatshirt, so kind of like a red, pink, purple kind of a color. Yeah, like I said, it's just the materials is ridiculously comfortable, and you can even wear it like in the... I'd honestly even argue like the 30 or 40 degrees and you're not freezing. Given you're not outside for too long. Like, if I was gonna be outside in winter temps for more than like 5 to 10 minutes, I'm wearing a winter jacket. Because I'd prefer not to get sick. Well, of course, my motivator for getting the costume done for Noah is that I would like to get it done before the 1-year anniversary of the game at the end of July. But at the same time, I'm not going to rush it because I want it to look really good. I'm just kind of basing it off of how long it took for me to do the hero cosplay, which was 4 months worth of half weeks, so if you condense it down, it was probably like a month and a half's worth of actual work if you just did it continuous. But just based on that timeline, the fact that I have a similar amount of time to work on it, I'm fairly confident I could get it done by the end of July, because I've got at least 4 months. Oh gosh. Alright, so then I know I'm gonna have to do this level at least another time with Peach. So yeah, you got 100 seconds to do this whole level. Shoot. Yeah, there's no checkpoints either. Alright, so I gotta figure out where the heck the first star is. Because the third one is the, is kind of where that cloud thing is. Yeah, I was like, do not miss the jump this time. Oh shoot, I missed it. Okay. Couple more seconds back. Alright, so I'll go back for the first star with Peach. Oh shoot. Especially since it might take me 10 to 20 seconds to get back up here. Okay. Oh, that is so mean. You can fall through. Again, something you don't realize that it's a thing unless you're playing as Toad. I mean, at some point I'm just gonna give up and just get the flagpole because, like, getting it with Peach is gonna be easy. Alright, cool. Oh my gosh. Well, and of course, let me ask you this. How frequently did you guys get sick as a result of doing those? Because I know people in my high school would do stuff like that, and, like, you know, so, like, most of the time they usually get a cold within a week. Well, to be fair, I know, like, just disease just seems to run rampant that time of the year, too, so that I know that does not help. There it is. Yeah, I remember it being hidden, I just forgot exactly where it was. Yeah, I was like, I am not making this jump. Shoveling? Oh my gosh, you mad person. I can't I can't imagine that. That just... Wow. Also, part of it is, how do your hands not freeze? Forget everything else. How do you, like, I'm just talking about, like, the part of your body that you need in order to shovel. Or hold the shovel. Because I know with my hands, if they're too cold and I can't grip the shovel, I can't shovel. And you almost need endurance practice for that. Okay, there you go. I was gonna be like, please tell me you were at least wearing gloves if it was that cold. The rest of it's not as bad, but, like, you at least need your hands to be somewhat functional. When it's, like, you know, Sub-Zeros. Because, of course, it's like that time of the year where if you're, yeah, if you don't have your hands protected, you almost lose feeling in a matter of seconds because it's that cold. Oh crap, I'm gonna get hit. Ooh, mama! Somehow dodge that. Yeah, because I forget because you're underwater, your boost is a bit slower under, your run boost. It is still so weird to be doing this with, without the gamepad. It's nice, but it's weird. Yeah, and of course when it's in, like, the 30s or 40s, that's not too bad. I know when I was doing the shoveling pre-Magfest, I was actually getting so warm, I definitely took I was definitely down to a short-sleeve shirt. Because I was just getting that warm. Alright. There we go. Easy does it, cool. I mean, I'm not surprised because I know it's not exactly a common occurrence, even up here. Where I just know people just do, like, the ballsiest stuff known to man in sub-zero temperatures, like have a grill out when it's like -30 in summer clothes. That is not, like, I've seen that dozens of times. It's not even just a rare occurrence, I see that very commonly. Well, then, of course, I don't know if you know, or I don't know if you do this, but, like, of course, it's very common practice around this area to, like, really take advantage of the snow, especially over the holidays. Like, so basically, you cool off your refrigerated stuff and your drinks on the snow. You just leave it outside because it's cold enough where it'll keep temperature, but it's also not going to freeze. I know my family would always do that for sure Christmas and New Year's get-togethers. Thanksgiving was kind of a wash, because, like, it just depended on if there was snow or not. I think with how often we also had snow in March, I think St. Patrick's Day was also a pretty common occurrence. It just depended on how much melting happened, and how much snow we had to begin with. Like, based on how much snow I had for St. Patrick's Day this year, it definitely could have had enough snow to cool off beverages and the like. Yeah, I kind of wish that was the case, because if anything, it kind of almost seems random whenever we get, like, a giant snowfall, but, like, this particular year, like I said, there was, like, multiple instances of there being 1 to 2 feet that dropped. So this is, like, the most amount of snowfall I think we've had in years. Because usually there's a lot, but not that much. Because I think at its peak, there was probably at least... Oh, crap, I just realized I didn't do that stage as Toad. I gotta go back. I mean, it kind of almost seems like in some, like very southern Canada is kind of the equivalent to where I'm at, just, like, it doesn't get that bad. Because then in comparison, I hear about people in, like, the northern portions, like, I know a few people that kind of live in the Calgary region, and they're decently farther north, so, like, you definitely hear more of the winter stories. Like, basically anything I've experienced living where I'm at is just, it's child's play in comparison to what they have to deal with. Which is insane because, like, it might as well just be, like, comparing, like, the wisdom of, like, let's say, like, the wisdom of a 20-year-old to the wisdom of a... Or no, actually, I'm not even gonna go that far. The wisdom of a 40-year-old in comparison to the wisdom of a 70-year-old. Like, you know your stuff enough, but then just they're on a whole nother level because they just dealt with it in a whole unique way. It's like, we know the gist, but not to the extent that they do. Well, and of course, whenever I think of, like, cold temperature stuff, like, hopefully nothing ever tops this, but the year of the polar vortex, which was, I think it was 2019, I know, just adding to the stuff that was, like, basically preceded the pandemic. That winter was so weird. Like, it was honestly to the point where, like, that was so insane, people were just like, yeah, I know this isn't necessarily, like, good in comparison, but, like, there was, like, yeah, the one plus side about 2020 is that there wasn't a polar vortex again. Because it was essentially a week or two of, like, ridiculously cold temperatures, like, even for northern standards. Like, I think it kind of depended on what region you were in the Midwest, but I think the warmest it was in the Midwest, I think, was, like, -40s with the wind chill. If you just you were unlucky and you were in certain areas, it went down to -70. It was to the point where they were like, nope, you're all staying inside unless you absolutely have to go out in the elements, because you will die if you're out for too long. Like, it was kind of like you'll get a frostbite in a matter of minutes kind of a situation. Of course, I had to go out for my job during that time period, so yippee, just bundle up like crazy. I mean, like, pretty much, like I said, it was kind of a precursor to the pandemic in a weird way, because it was also, like, non-essential people, you're not going outside unless you absolutely have to for, like, groceries and stuff. But yeah, so that's what I'm saying, like, hopefully it never gets that bad again, because, like, usually winter averages are, like, at worst, like, -20s and -30s for the wind chill. That's pretty standard. I mean, -40 would have been abnormal, but, like, I wasn't in the worst region, because I think the Dakotas got it the worst. But I think even where I was at, it was, like, the mid-50s. Well, and of course, like, what happened, luckily this was after the polar vortex, but I think it was, like, right as stuff started to get back to, like, normal winter temperatures. The heat in my apartment, or basically the furnace died on a given Friday, and they couldn't get to fixing it until the Monday. Imagine if that happened during the polar vortex. Luckily, I had another place to crash, but yeah, it was a big yikes. Because I know I had to be in there for a few things, but, like, I legitimately tried to stay in there the first night, because, I mean, like I said, even then, the wind chills were down to, like, -30s, which is still cold. Like, you could still perish in that weather if you're not prepared. But yeah, I legitimately attempted to stay one night to see how bad it was. I remember reading the thermostat. I think it said, like, 34 was the trough in that apartment before they fixed it. I mean, it kept, like, 60 degrees worth of cold out still, but it was straight up winter temps in that apartment, which is nuts because the rest of the building was heated up properly. Just how absolutely frigid it got in there. But yeah, like I said, it was good timing that happened a week after the polar vortex, because it would have been so much worse if that happened during it. To be fair, the polar vortex might have put a strain on the heating system to the point where it caused that. I would not be surprised. Oop. There we go. Yeah, and that's one of those situations where you either need Peach or you need a cat suit in order to make that jump, so I'll have to go back and grab a cat suit at some point. Yeah, I was gonna say, just, yeah, you know, that 1 month we get in, like, April or May where it's not either extreme. Because I know that's definitely one of those situations where, like, yeah, if it gets, because of the climate here, it gets ridiculously humid. I almost equate it to living in an armpit because the humidity's that bad. It just feels gross. Like, even if the temperature's only in the 70s, it feels gross. Which is why it was weird whenever I'd go to visit people that are in, like, drier climates, because it's like, oh my gosh, I'm not dying when I'm in the 70s or the 80s. Like, it almost needs to get to the 90s or the 100s before you start to feel it. Yeah, I mean, I know that's pretty much how it's gonna be if you're not like looking forward to Tears of the Kingdom more so than everything else. You're gonna be in the minority. Then you kind of just enjoy your game independently and go from there. I mean, I know that's how it was for me when I was playing Harvestella. Meanwhile, everyone else was like really excited about Sonic Frontiers. That was the equivalent. Alright, so then I was gonna go get a cat suit. My classic strategy is to always go back to the first level, because there's cat suits aplenty. Oh yeah, I think I saw some people playing that. I do not plan on playing that on the channel. Like, if it had come out, like, last week while I was still doing the playthrough, I definitely would have touched it. But that's kind of just my rule, so I can move on to other projects. Is like, if there's DLC actively out, while I'm doing the playthrough, it will get played. Otherwise, there's no guarantee just because of how many games there are. I will make some exceptions, like, definitely an exception is going to be the Xenoblade 4 DLC. Mainly because that's going to be a whole other side game in and of itself. I mean, I definitely had to make that rule with Disney Dreamlight Valley, because they're going to be releasing content at least for, like, the next year. Like, I know they just released a whole other Story Beat edition pretty recently. But like, I basically had to be like, okay, I played this for, like, several months, I just gotta put a hard stop to this so I can move on to other projects. Oh yeah, I think I heard about that too. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Alright, back to World 3. No! Or Charmy Bee. Yeah, I definitely, because like I said, I definitely wasn't too, like, I wasn't that invested in the Sonic franchise. Like, I liked it enough, but it wasn't like I was obsessed over it or anything. Or even just, like, that much of a fan, necessarily. Like, I enjoyed it, and that was that. And honestly, that's still my current stance on it. I'm trying to think if there's honestly any franchises that I legitimately feel like I'm, like, that passionate about. And I mean, like, franchises, not the games specifically. Because there's definitely a lot of games I could say I feel that way, but, like, the franchise as a whole, it's hard to say. Okay, I want to make sure this misses. Okay. Cool. Yeah, and not even Pikmin. Because like, I'm almost, like, saying, like, obsessed levels. To the point where, like, I think about it day and night. I guess the closest thing would probably be the Zelda franchise. And even then, I wouldn't even call it an obsession, but, like, that is probably the closest I would say is being to that level. And that just because of my storied history with the franchise, like, pretty much just playing every Zelda game that came out from Wind Waker onwards, like it was, like, brand spanking new. And then just playing the other games as I was able to get access to them, which I know I'm finally able to play, crap, what is it called? It got added to the Nintendo Online recently. Minish Cap. I just never had access to the, or I didn't know it existed, and I didn't have access to it until now, or, I think it, I mean, I'd have to almost check the price to see how expensive it is. Because, I mean, I could just buy it if it's not that expensive, but now I have access to it within Nintendo Online, so I don't have to. Oh yeah, that was definitely fun. I definitely... Yeah, also I played Adventures a lot with... Actually, with the multiplayer version. Just briefly checking the area to see if I missed any green stars. Alright, moving on. Well, and I think part of it too, when it comes to like obsess levels in terms of like playing a game, I think it comes down to how frequently you play it and how often you play it, because like you could have played the same game like a decent amount of times, but like if you take a break for like several years before you come back to it, like you might not be obsessed necessarily. Yeah, I'd say in terms of games, I think the closest it's come, and this was mainly due to the pandemic. And also, yeah, this was like primarily due to the pandemic, was Fire Emblem Three Houses. Still the only Fire Emblem game I've played at this point. But just between like the waves of DLC, and then also Wave 4 coming out like right before the pandemic got bad, I played the absolute crap out of it. Like, I know for a fact I put in like, within that whole half-year time frame or so, I easily put in like 500 hours. Because I basically played every difficulty, and including Maddening. With all 4 routes. And then I went back to the other, or the DLC content as that got released, and I played that on hard mode. Plus there's the Ashen Wolves DLC too. Which, I mean, like, I doubt much is probably in the top 3 houses just because of how different it is and how revolutionary it kind of seemed like it made the franchise from what I've heard from people that have been playing the franchise for a while. But I'm still excited to play Engage. Well, I think the weird part about playing Engage is going to be the fact that it's going to be 1 route, because I am used to a Fire Emblem game that has 4 routes, 5 if you count the Ashen Wolves DLC. Well, and then also I played the crap out of basically the Warriors game for 3 houses, which still has 3 routes. Yeah, that came out at I think it was mid-January. Yeah, it was like early to mid-January, I think was when that game came out. Yeah, that came out last June. It's called Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. It's a good game. Yeah, like, basically like 3 houses, it has 3 routes. Because, I mean, technically, the main game has 4 routes, but, like, one of them's basically a split path kind of a situation, which is why it has 4. With that one, it's actually 3 proper, and then the cool part is that it actually incorporates the DLC characters from the base game into the plot of Warriors, so they don't feel as out of place. Well, because then I know there was actually Fire Emblem Warriors that was kind of like the love letter to the franchise, essentially, or in terms of, like, being a crossover. Like, 3 Hopes is, like, it's just the characters from that game, and that's it. Plus, some of the other side characters get a bit more of the limelight. Like, basically, one of the main characters in that game, slight spoilers, is Monica Von Ox, who dies, is kind of a side character who, like, canonically dies, and gets replaced by an imposter. But in this alternate timeline, they're able to rescue her before she gets killed, so then she becomes a, kind of a primary character to the plot in that game. Especially if you're playing the Black Eagles route. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and like I said, it's funny, like, hearing about Among Us after the fact, because of course this game came out, like, almost a year before Among Us got popular, so naturally when I played the game later, I'm like, haha, dude, the bad guys is totally an Among Us situation. Yeah, and let's just say with the difficulty setting, like, I obviously started on normal, because, yeah, there's normal, hard, and maddening, which they added maddening later. With the DLC. Maddening does not mess around. Holy crap. Oh yeah, I think it's over here. Yep, cool. Like, it's one of those things where, like, it's so difficult. The earlier stages are actually more difficult than the later stages because you have less resources and your characters are less leveled up. I know I ran into a similar thing with hard mode in Breath of the Wild. Particularly that Trial of Ordeals thing that shows up in one of the, the Master Trials, where you get the Master Sword at. With Master Mode, the beginning trials are actually the hardest because you have less, less resources to go off of. And then, meanwhile, it actually gets progressively slightly easier with the harder trials. Okay, so there's that, and then that. Well, and I know B happens after you fight the boss fight, so... Well, and of course, that was the other game I probably played the crap out of. Definitely not to as much of an extent as Three Houses, which, like I said, that was largely due to the pandemic. I don't think anything's gonna top that in terms of gameplay hours, just because of how much spare time I had during that time. Because, like, Breath of the Wild, like, I was in college when that came out, so, like, I had to focus on my studies at the same time I was plowing through that sucker. Train time! Alright, then I gotta hurry the heck up, which is not gonna be a problem for Toad. Because otherwise you miss out on the first green star. Cool beans. Well, and of course I also own the Switch version now because it was given to me as a gift, but I played the actual thing at the time on the Wii U, just because at the time I was not certain if I was going to continue gaming or not, because, like, with the new console it was kind of like, it was a natural stopping point if I wanted to quit. Well, because, like I said, I was kind of going through, like, a bunch of difficult stuff with college, so, like, I wasn't sure about what I wanted to do at the time. Because with Breath of the Wild, you could get it both on the Switch and the Wii U, so I had the option to just play it on the Wii U. Well, because, I mean, it was going to be a commitment, though, because it was basically going to be $500 for a new console, plus whatever games I wanted. Well, plus at the time, I think people were reporting like bugs and with the system, at least for like the first month or so. So that's why I was really hesitant. And then naturally, this got resolved as time went on. Well, yeah, there was also shipping delays on it too. So, shit. Alright, back to the beginning, but at least we got the collectibles. And that was the thing. Same here. That was what got me to buy it. Was Super Mario Odyssey. Like, as soon as I saw that trailer, I got super hyped for the game. And then, of course, other ones came out shortly thereafter, like Xeno 2. But yeah, that got me super hyped and I was like, well, I'm gonna miss out on this game if I don't get the Switch. So then I pretty much just got the Switch like September of that year, just so I would have it and get all the necessary downloads so I could play it right away. Ordered that in the carrying case and accessories I needed, and then pretty much waited about it. Or no, actually, it was mid-October when I got the console. I ordered it in September because there was a bit of a delay. I didn't realize I could actually hit you on that. That's a BS. Guess the explosion's big enough. Again, more and more things I'm finding out by playing with Blue Toad. This was the, I don't know if it was a teaser trailer or like the official trailer. It was basically the first time they pretty much debuted Jump Up Superstar. Whatever trailer that was. Yeah, seriously, that is some BS. Okay, that was the first trailer. Oh my gosh, if you're small, it actually misses. That's great. Alright, then get the heck away from the explosion. Alright, I got no power-ups, so one hit's a KO. Alright. We made it. And then we still gotta fight the boss. Yeah, I know, there was like so much promotion with that game. Yeah, I'm on. There we go. Cool. Yeah, I know, that was so cool because, like, people were just like, wait a minute, what? And then, like, then the actual trailer came out for Luigi's Mansion 3 and they were like, there were signs! Because I know people speculated, but then just, yeah, like I said, once that trailer came out, it's like, well, that confirms it. Well, I know some people were just so excited about the Belmonts being in Smash Bros. that they completely ignored that initially. Because I forget if it was because Luigi's Mansion 3 was supposed to come out before that reveal trailer, I forget. Or at least the trailer for it. Not exactly sure of the developmental history of that game, so I'm just speculating. Yeah, I was gonna say, I definitely enjoy Scare Scrapper as a mode. Like, I come back to it, like, at least every October, if nothing else. Like, during the Halloween charity stream I did a whole 2-hour segment for sure, in addition to just playing it casually on my own. Yeah, and of course I know you really gotta have like a solid team when it comes to that stuff, because like you just gotta know how to coordinate, especially when you get stuck in the traps. Yeah, say help will forever live rent free in my brain when it comes to that game. Nice. Yeah, I say soloing with the third game is definitely a blast. It definitely is more difficult, but it's possible. And this is gonna be interesting because ideally you're okay, cool. It's like I'm pretty sure you're supposed to have the cat power up for this, because you have to climb the snakes. Especially when I have a lack of jump with Blue Toad. Yeah, of course, then I never played the second game because I never owned a 3DS. Because the console I just chose to prioritize was the Wii U at the time. Also, I had a regular DS, so I guess that's probably why I also was like, do I need the 3DS? Also, you know, school and everything. Okay, that one's a bit taller. Cool. Die, you stupid snake. Yeah, and I know that the general consensus on the story, too. But it gave us Polterpup, so... call that a win. And also that ending is just so cute and wholesome. It's Luigi and Polterpup just, like, sleeping in his armchair. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about the bulldog. Probably because Polterpup's in way more of the game comparatively as opposed to that dog, because it's just an enemy you take out for like a few minutes and that's it. Whereas Polterpup's in a bit more of the game, and especially the third game. Like, he definitely is, like, way more creative looking of an enemy. It's just, yeah, like I said, he gets way less screen time. Yeah, I think that's why people just, like, they still like the first game more than the other two, just, yeah, because of how unique the art style was, because 3 basically took the art style of 2, which is a bit more cartoony, and the first one kind of looked a bit more realistic, or about as realistic as you're going to in a Mario game. I mean, there's definitely some sections that gave me nightmares as a kid. You know, when I played it when I was like 5 or 6. And the lightning flashes did not help. It definitely overall had a creepier atmosphere. But I still like the hotel concept in the third game. Because it made for some more unique levels and puzzle solving. Oh yeah, I forgot it was technically a test game. I know, I always have to go back and kind of remind myself of the general timeline of what happened during the N64 and GameCube days because I was that young. Because, I mean, like, the very early Wii days, I was, like, you know, preschool, kindergarten age. Like, the Wii was the first console where I was, like, not significantly young during the entire duration of it. Well, then, of course, the N64 was, like, to an even greater extent because I was a young child at the later stage of it, and basically, I think I'm about a couple weeks older than Mario 64, to put it in perspective. So, of course, just like I played it once I was old enough to understand what the heck a video game was. Because, I mean, unless you just, like, you're like a prodigy, you really don't know what that is until you're like, well, at least for me, it was like 3 or 4 years old. I mean, it's basically like, I always say this to people too, it's just like, if it happened in the 20th century, I don't remember it. Like, as it was, or as things were coming out anyways. Because I know, well, I say this because I have to kind of remind relatives occasionally just to be like, they're like, oh yeah, you remember this thing that came out in the 90s? I'm like, actually, no, I was a toddler or not born yet. Like, do I remember watching it or reading something after the fact? Absolutely, but emphasis on after the fact. Or I mean, well, and of course, some cases I found out they actually had, like, the movie playing on in the background in those cases, but, like, I wasn't old enough to comprehend or just retain memories of those times, so, like, that wasn't gonna stick. Although, to be fair, I know some of those TV shows and movies, watching it, like, years later, that's probably why some of those felt like a fever dream, because, yeah, it turns out I had it, the relatives had them on in the background, so I, like, vaguely remembered the scenes, or some of the scenes from those things. Just deep in my memory bank. Even if I just didn't remember the specifics until actually seeing it. Or sometimes it'd be like a weird situation where, like, I thought something happened, but in reality it happened a different way in the movie. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I guess that is a good one that I guess I suppose I'd bring up was just, yeah, Paper Mario was one that's a fever dream a little bit, because I remember watching a relative play that back in, like, when I was younger. Crap. I messed up the timing. Yeah, this is likely not gonna happen. Yeah, this is one of those sections where if you don't know how to do the bounce platforming, you're not gonna make that. Like, you can't even do it with a CAD power-up. But I'm just watching, like, the first section or two of it, like, probably because of how, like, dreamy it feels to begin with. Like, it felt like a fever dream, like, just was kind of watching someone play, because I'm just like, are we in real life right now? Well, especially that one, like, the whole sequence where, like, Bowser just absolutely decimates Mario at the beginning of the game. You're just like, wait, why did we lose already? What the heck, Mario? You're supposed to be invincible, you piece of crap. That actually might have been the first RPG that I've ever played, now that I think about it. Because I technically, well, no, actually, well, okay, the first one I played, the first one I ever beat was Super Paper Mario. Because I didn't actually play the full first and second games until I was able to get them secondhand down the road. Same thing with, like, seeing the initial section of Mario, or like, yeah, Super Mario RPG. It was the same situation. It's like, Mario, how the heck did you get your butt kicked? Dude, this is not supposed to happen. What the heck, man? Of course, that felt like even more of a fever dream. Well, and of course, it wasn't even by Bowser that time. It was, like, it's not like he gets, like, decimated, but basically, like, the giant sword invades, and then you're just like, wait a minute, what? We can't get back to Bowser's castle? What gives? Yeah, and this is one of those situations you want to be careful because the poison is insta-kill. Just kind of funny going through this level because, like, there's a harder version of this level later in the game just being like, wow, this is so much easier. It's totally grape Kool-Aid. Just gonna go touch it right now, it just dies. Haha! 4 out of 4 so far. Poor Ouija. Yeah, at least get some of the continuity in there. Well, then, of course, at least he helps you to a certain extent in Thousand Year Door, and then he's actually a party, like, given it's not for very long, but, I mean, it's still 2 of the worlds, but he is a party member in Super. It's just, he gets screwed over so hard in that game. Yeah, I know, that's probably why they didn't have him show up until almost the end. Well, then, of course, spoiler alert, he basically is forcefully fused with the bad guy in that game, and then basically he's part of the final boss. So then you have to play as either Mario, Peach, or Bowser in the final boss fight. He really is. I know one funny part about playing this game is, like, how many, platforming concepts they brought over from the Galaxy games in this game. Like, the whole, like, timing of the beeping thing, like, they brought that. I don't know if it was before Mario Galaxy 2, but definitely for Mario Galaxy 2. I mean, for Pete's sakes, Rosalina's a playable character in this game, so I'm not surprised that there's so many Galaxy puzzle references and just references in general. No! There we go. All for coinage. Nope, no coins, unfortunately. Watch out for the boomerang, bro. Oh shoot! Oh, one of the clones survived. Heck yeah. Although I might have to go back if I need more clones later. This is also one of those situations where I remember this. Oh shoot! I jumped too early. Back to the beginning. Yeah, I was gonna say, because then you can just have other people just, like, prioritize certain sections so you can just focus on less of it. But yeah, this is one of those sections where I remember, like, the harder versions of this kind of a concept. So that's why I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is so easy in comparison. As it should be. Yeah, of course, I know that is, now that I think about it, I know that is one of the negative sides about the multiplayer, is that you share a life counter. Like, sure, you can accumulate more lives, but, like, if 3 of your characters just keep dying over and over again, your lives are gonna run out before you can say, holy crap. Yeah, and that's the other part, too, is you can play self-sabotage, or just, like, sabotage the other characters. So yeah, unless you have a Katsu, you unfortunately need 4 clones. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and reset the level. Oh, I don't have the Katsu, crap. Well, I would have started the checkpoint, so I mean, it was kind of for the best that I did this. Alright, so then I was gonna make sure the clones don't die. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I was gonna say, part of it too is that you need at least 1 clone to make it with you in the box, otherwise you're not gonna have 4. Because you do get 2 double cherries in that second section, but so yeah, you need at least 1 clone to survive in order to do that. Actually, I think I'm just going to prioritize just having 1 clone. Just so I can go back and restock on the double cherry if I need to. Okay, that one's dead. Now let's get them both in the corner so they're lined up with each other. Okay, watch out for the boomerangs. Oh, I might be in a predicament here. Shoot. Alright, I gotta go back, unfortunately. Although I should probably try to kill this boomerang bro before I attempt that, just so I don't have to... I'm not gonna potentially lose a clone for some reason. Alright, then I cannot lose this clone. Shoot! Yep, definitely going back down. No, that one was just desperately clinging on to life. Fortunately, it died. Oh, yep, now I actually gotta somewhat hurry. Oh shoot, I missed. Crap. Well, at least I got all the collectibles, so I can just kind of rush through this. Alright, speed run ahoy. To an extent, because I know I'm not going to make that jump in time. And like try not to use this lose this power up here. Shoot. Third time's the charm, hopefully. Yeah, I know it's the negative side about the power-ups that aren't the cat suit is that you can miss. And this is particularly a problem with Bluto because he has the crappiest jump height. That's fine. Time to practice my speed run. Yeah, pretty much. Oh shit. God damn it. Because I know my odds are just a lot crappier if I do- oh shit. It's like, I kinda need that power up in order to get pretty much guarantee I make the jump. Oh no, I permanently lost it. Shoot. Well, you know what time it is. Back to World 1 for more cat suits. Just thank goodness for World 1 so you can just restock up on as many cat suits as your heart desires. Which is 2 with 1 player, but still. I know I don't get the floaty jump like the Tanuki suit, but, you know, it allows you to climb up the post, which makes your life a little easier. Yeah, I know, that'd be the ultimate challenge, is just doing it with no power-ups. Yeah, let me try to go find a second power-up. There we go, cool. Well, and I know with, like, a lot of games you can do without the power-up. It's just, I know there's, like, some sections of some games where, like, it's a requirement to at least use the power-up to a certain extent, otherwise you, like, you won't make certain, or at least to get some of the collectibles, like, you can't make certain jumps without them, or... Yeah, I guess that's the main thing, is just, yeah, you can't make certain jumps without the power-ups. Or you just need the ability, like, the mini Mario ability to, like, walk on water. You can only get some of the stuff with that ability. Alright, and we're back. And I mean, like, that kind of goes for this, too. It's like, this is really just to get one of the collectibles. This isn't necessarily to beat the level. It's gotta be pretty mindful in this, just remembering that I do not have the float jump right now. Oh, shoot! God, I love when you just randomly lose momentum. And just pretend you're float. You just gotta believe! You float like Luigi, sting like Mario. Alright. So yeah, with this I actually have to be mindful of where I choose to jump when I'm sliding, because... Ooh, I salvaged it because I was wearing the cat suit. That's sweet. Okay, and then, yeah, I gotta be really mindful of my sliding because I did not get a saving grace with the Tanuki power-up. Okay, and then I got a spare in the back seats, or the back pocket, but kind of prefer not to use the spare. Okay, and then, boom. Yeah, staying like Wario. Yeah, it sounds better. Oh no, it's the Zitar. Screw that thing. Yeah, I just think that the Mario Golf cutscenes in the GameCube one, I'm just like, that was always funny to me. It was just like him and Waluigi were just terrified of Bowser. Also, there's that one cutscene in the trailer of Waluigi just like, basically like, it's that shot where you just cannot make the putt, and your putt just keeps going like, it keeps missing the hole over and over and over again. I mean, I just, like, I guess in more simple non-video game terms, I just call it wafting it, but, like, in terms of, like, using video game speak, I always call it pulling a Waluigi because of that. It's what happens when you golf in games and you just keep missing the putts over and over and over again. Because that cutscene was just so funny. Because, of course, naturally, Waluigi just gets more and more pissed the more he misses. Yeah, I just realized Toad actually gets more jump momentum. See if I can just... Nope, I actually do need to platform off these. At least from that height. Cool. So I got the third one in the stamp. Watch out for the spinies. Okay, so there's the third one. The stamp's probably up ahead. Well, it's funny because, like, normally you're supposed to make one of these trash can enemies into a platform, but, like, the cat prop just negates that whole thing. And, like, it's gonna be an important skill to know how to do later because it is gonna show up during that final, surprise house. The equivalent of, like, this will be on the test later kind of a situation. Alright, there's the stamp. Alright, got the stamp. Just try not to die, because I got, yeah, one-hit KO at this point. Cool. He was like, screw that crap! I gotta dodge these, Like I said, I'm still used to the power-up summon in this game being the minus button. So it's getting a bit used to being like, no, it's the up on the D-pad, it's not the minus button. Well, because, I mean, this controller does have a minus button, so, like, it's not that much of a stretch to say I'd get that confused. Alright, there's the mystery house for this world. Be interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's hard to say. You'd almost have to, like, emulate it with those controls. Actually, that does bring up a good point, because there is a GameCube Switch controller. I wonder if you could use that controller for this. Probably. Wow, that's nuts. Because, I mean, people only really thought about it for, like, the practicality of playing it with Smash Bros. But yeah, I didn't even think about the whole, like, you could technically play most, if not all, Switch games with a GameCube controller because of that whole feature. Whew. Yeah, I know that's the whole caveat, is you need some buttons. This is where having the speed character comes in clutch. Like I said, I'm just having flashbacks right now to the final mystery house because, like, a decent amount of these levels show up in that final thing, because essentially it's like accumulation of all the challenges you've done up until that point. But of course in a different order. Alright. Ta-da! Wow, these are so much easier with Toad. Jeez Louise. I mean, he really is, because he's Blue Toad. Like, I would not be surprised if people were making that joke for a while. It's just, yeah, Toad the hedge stool. I mean, I'm not surprised, because, yeah, like I said, he does have the weakest jump. But there's definitely some moments where having the speed boost, especially when you're on a timer like this, it does come in clutch. Alright, just gotta be careful. And apparently I just threw all caution to the wind. Oh, shoot! I mean, like I said, it does make for a pretty interesting challenge mode. It's just, it's like, you've beaten the game, but can you do it with minimal jump? It really is the hard mode of this game. Oh, 1 HP, Jesus. Alright, stamp. Now stay there and think about what you've done. Alright, so then this level, and then it's boss time. Okay, gotcha. Like I said, the soundtrack just doesn't miss. Probably one of the reasons I love this game so much. I mean, generally speaking, Mario soundtracks are very good. It's just this one in particular I just am fond of. Probably because some of the soundtrack bits are a bit more jazzy with the horn section. Yeah, I was gonna say, it feels like a traditional, like a 2D platformer game, but then they just upped it to more of a three-dimensional situation. Watch out for the Galoombas. Well, so that, I guess that does bring up another point, is there's a lot of enemies that show up in this game that I didn't realize were from prior titles, like Galoombas. I thought this game made up the Galoombas, but no, Galoombas were a thing before this. Like Charging Chucks I knew about at least, because, like, I played the crap out of, Super Mario World, but... Yeah, I guess I just, well, like... Here's the thing with the Galoomba situation. I didn't now I know what the Galoombas look like in that game. I just didn't realize those were Galoombas. Or at the time, I guess I didn't realize what the Galoombas were, like, what the enemy name was. There was just no association because, again, there was, like, minimal to no internet back in those days. Or internet access. Without it being very pricey. Also, if you didn't have access to a guide, that also didn't help either. Because usually that would tell you that kind of information. Yeah, the graphics really help you distinguish the enemies. Well, especially... Well, because here's the thing, too, is I thought the Galoombas were just, like, a really weird-looking Goomba. Which, to be fair, they kind of are. Because, I mean, you did see Goombas with, like, power-ups, like there's the Boo Goomba in the third game. I just thought it was like a sub-variant of the Goomba. I didn't realize it was a whole separate entity. Yeah, same here. I just thought it was the new Goomba design. Well, plus, to be fair, how Galoombas are defeated in this game is different from how they are in the 2D ones, because, like, with this, it's like you kick them over and then take them out. Yeah, because I know the one star that I missed, you do need the cat suit in order to get it. Of course, I remember this level from the trailer. Yeah, and I think... No, actually, scratch that. I knew spikes were a thing. Well, of course, I eventually found out they were also from Mario, Super Mario World. But I at least knew those were a thing since, Mario Party 9. Because that was one of the bosses in that game. Actually, now that I think about it, I think it even predated Mario Party 9. I think it was a New Super Mario Bros. Wii was actually the first time I ran into spikes for the first time. Come on, don't run into them. Cool. So yep, it's all the way over there. That is the only way you can get to the star. You might be able to platform on your friends' heads, but that's about it. Yeah, I know there's also that as well. Oh, shoot! Crap, I really needed that cat suit. Well, I know I didn't need it technically, but like it would have been helpful. Okay, cool. I just made the jump cold turkey. Nice. Because at least with this level, you get you got a platform to get momentum, so you can make the jump. But there's some levels where it's like almost impossible. Like you basically jump on like too many platforms to gain jump momentum, especially for Toad. Wait, they are? Really? Okay, I wasn't crazy then. Oh my gosh. Because, yeah, I could have sworn they were called Goombas back in the day. I didn't want to mention that initially because I'm like, well, I'd not be surprised if they were just called Galoombas and I just didn't know that. But yeah, they changed it purposely for this game and onwards. Oh my gosh. Oh, chuck it! Well, you don't even have to have it stay on the platform. That's interesting. Like, if it hits the platform, that's good enough. Wow. Wow. Whee! Oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay, and then I know for a fact one of the things you get in this, I gotta be really quick. Go! Nope, I ran out of time. Yeah, I just remembered there's one thing I need the cat suit for, like, it basically involves climbing that giant wall. You cannot get it without the cat suit. And we're back once again. You couldn't tell, this is my go-to strategy for how to get through this with one player. Which is basically just like, whenever I needed the cat suit, just go back for the cat suits. Well, because I mean, like, it's a level where you only get cat suits as a power-up, and it's also short and straight and simple and to the point. So you don't have to worry about dying. Well, like I said, like, in order to, like, beat the level, I didn't need the cat suit, it's just I'm going for all the collectibles, so that's why. And I'm trying to get through it so that if I can help it, I'm trying to get through each level only once. I know there's a couple levels that require the other characters where, like, that's unavoidable, you're gonna have to do it twice, but it doesn't happen that often. I mean, they're a lot of fun. Yeah, Super was fun, and then, of course, Superstars is a lot of fun. Of course, everyone's just hoping they're gonna add more boards at some point, but... And I think that's honestly why people are just kind of phased out of it, because, like, they played the absolute crap out of it. I still think it's fun, and that's... Well, yeah, and I still enjoy it a lot, but that's because I played it a lot more sparingly. Yeah, I know that's the thing too, is that like the turn amount isn't as much in the Switch games, whereas like, yeah, you can have it be 50 turns in the older games. That was definitely a marathon and a half. So now that I've kind of confirmed this, one interesting thing about chucking these rocks is that in the Wii U version, you actually had to hold a button down, and then when you release the button, it would chuck the rock. And this one, you actually have to, basically, you press the button to grab the rock, and then you have to press it again in order to release. So it is different. Shoot. I got a spare. Because I don't need it for the boss fight, I just need it for that one platforming section. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last time when they used 50, or they had 50 turns. It's been a while. I think 8 might have been the last time. Because, like, 9 and 10 had the car, and then neither of the Switch games had it. So yeah, I guess whenever 8 came out, that's the last time that happened. Alright, there's the other star, which I do need the... Crap, I lost the other cat suit. Piece of crap! Luckily these things respawn. But yeah, one of the names of the games with this game is that you can basically... You can chuck projectiles at stars, and it'll take... Oh, I should really grab that cat suit. Aha! I can only imagine. It's Big Rock! Which, of course, you have to chuck these smaller rocks at it. Spike Rock. There, now they're a bit more spread out. Oh, shoot. Yeah, and like I said, I knew that was going to come back to bite me, was the fact that I'm used to holding the button down and releasing it to chuck the rocks. Now I'm just thinking about how the Smash Bros. Trailer says his name, Mega Man. I just laughed so hard when 4 came out and I could play for the first time. I just spammed it because it was so funny. Oh shoot, Mama! Don't actually shoot Mama. Giant disclaimer. Be nice. Okay. Run! 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 Yeah, and of course that's not gonna take... Okay... Very carefully, cool. Chuck. Okay, cool. Grabbing some coinage, leave me alone, game. It's Pumpkin, Sprixie. Cool. And that's pretty much the only way you can gain momentum on those platforms, is basically just to run around in a very tight circle. It's like you look ridiculous, but boy is it necessary if you want to make those jumps without power-ups. It's gonna be interesting to see how far I get in this game by the time 5 hours comes around. Like, I know for a fact I'm not beating it today, but Like, I've never really kept track of my time, like, beating or completing it, so it'd be interesting to, like, actually have, like, a record of, like, it took you this many hours to actually beat the game. Or then, also in this case, just, like, how far I get in a 5-hour session. Because, like, I'm definitely beating the game next time. Just because I could see at least getting to World 6 or 7 by the end of the stream. Time for the spooks. It really is a nightclub. Oh yeah, I forgot you actually can take the Potaboos out with this flashlight, because I know that was definitely a thing you could do in the treasure tracker game. Well, of course, there's going to be one level later on where you basically get a flashlight box and you have to take out a bunch of Potaboos. Alright, now I gotta be careful because there's gonna be a big boo that's gonna chase me the split second around this corner. Cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, he's been in so many games after Mario Galaxy 1. Because, I mean, they could have kept that just in the Galaxy continuity, but no, they kept him as a recurring character. Alright, now time to actually start the World 5. Yeah, and of course, World 5 also has, like, one of my favorite collections of levels. Oh yeah, I remember hearing the soundtrack afterwards. It really was golden. Stupid Koopa. Die. Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. He's like, who are you calling a monster, you piece of crap? That Koopa specifically. He's on Toad's hit list. Alright, and now time for the Boomerang Bro power-up. One of the coolest things in this game, because if you line up your shots properly, you can easily get one-ups. Like I just did with that one. Of course, really comes in clutch against these this sea of charging chucks. I love how it makes the Mario World sound effects. It's a nice touch. Oh shoot. The golden shell. Oh crap, I just realized I needed one of those charging chucks alive. Whoops. Maybe I can get one of these Koopas to follow me. Haha! I have a strategy. I have a backup plan of sorts. It definitely Toad. Come and get me, you piece of crap. Oh, I wonder if he can't come on the beach. Yep, he can't come on the beach, so yeah, if I want this thing, I have to reset the level. Alright, level reset. If only I was a character who actually had a legitimate jump. It really does, especially with it kind of being just being a floating island, essentially. Ooh, crap! I was so close. Luckily, I got the mushroom. There we go. So yeah, I unfortunately got to do this the old-fashioned way because I don't have a power-up. Where you got to take out all these buzzy beetles without dying. Alright, then the first star somewhere. Alright, cool. Oh, shoot! I know, that was one of the coolest parts of the finale to Mario Odyssey, was being able to control a charging chuck. That was pretty sick. Yeah, it's like I can't use the power-up without the thing. Or without, or while I have the Goomba head on, so I just figured I'd get rid of it. Alright, time to progress. Hidden Plessy section. The water Yoshi. Alright, then I gotta get over there because this is the only way you can get the stamp. Jump, jump, jump. Cool. Yeah, boy does it. Of course, it gets very chaotic in multiplayer, but what do you do? Cool. Yeah, no, he just melts in the water. You're like, no! Why, game? And of course you turn one into a carousel car to get to a secret dimension. Because Sunshine's unique and special. Oh yeah, I forgot about the puking thing. I know it's paint, but still. Alright, and then this is one of those timed, or like 100-second levels where you need Toad, so this comes in clutch. Alright, so then... Yep, and then this is one of those ones where you need clones. Alright, try to miss the flagpole. Okay, cool. Then I'll go back for that last star on another go-around. And this is the nice part about having the clones as well, is that, like, as long as one of them makes the jump, you're good. Wouldn't that be morbid? Probably. At least it'd be kind of a weird out-of-body experience if nothing else. They just fade away into nothingness. They cease to exist. Alright, so this time I gotta prioritize getting 3 clones. And then I just gotta make sure none of them die. Cool. Then just finish the level, and we're golden. No, you had so much to live for! And that's the mystery. It's like you don't know if the... you don't know which one's the real one anymore. I mean, if you want to get that morbid with it, it's like, yep, let's just say the original versions of the characters all died at this point. At this point, it's all clones. Which clone is it? Yeah, because it only works for one of them. I'm just gonna say it spawns a new clone into existence. Basically becomes like the double cherry after a while. Oh gosh. It's like reincarnation crap, jeez. Rainbows! Whee! Oh, cool. Yeah, that's the cool part about these particular platforms. Is like, you don't have to be exact. You basically just slide down to the end in case you miss. He'll come back at some point. It's fine. Spoiler alert, it wasn't fine. Shoot, I lost it. Revenge time. Flashbacks to Mario Kart Wii. Oh shoot. I forgot you can destroy it on accident. Oh no. I totally forgot about that. Well, before Toad goes on another power trip, let's go ahead and actually take care of this. Alright, he's gonna die first. Thanks, Toad. Revenge time. For real this time. Alright, so then I gotta find the... I probably missed the stamp at some point. Oh well. Go back for on the next go-around. Yeah, and this is also gonna be one of those levels where I kinda need the cat power-up if I'm gonna do it as Toad. Because, like, that was best case scenario for momentum on that, and it only made it that far up. But first, time to kick some Charging Chuck's butts. Yeah, I know, he's like, he means business. He's like, I'm Angie. Okay, be careful, because one hit and I'm dead. Oh, they can actually put their helmets on after a while? Oh gosh, this changes my strategy. Okay, one hit and I'm dead again. Die! Haha! He's like, what is my life? Alright, so yeah, we do get bell power-ups in this level, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do this level and then go back. Oh, crap. Well, actually, to be fair, I can't just go back down. No, it's just me. I mean, to be fair, I didn't even get into it until really recently. Plus, this is gonna be kind of just a me thing anyways, because I'm the only one. I mean, like, some of my friends are, like, obviously interested in, like, YouTube and video game stuff, but, like, I definitely have an interest to it to a whole nother level. Especially internet stuff. Yeah, exactly. Just it's more of a passion for the overall thing. Plus, just kind of being exposed to internet content longer than all of them. That also kind of played a part into it. Plus, it's one interesting thing that I noticed with, like, my friends is, like, I am the youngest person in that friend group. Like, we were all in, like, the same crap. Oh, come on, game. I didn't even do anything wrong. That's the messed up part. It just glitch. Like, that was not the button command I gave that. Well, back to World 1. Toad just decided he wanted to go for a joyride. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, so kind of the whole gist is that like we're like the friend group is like all in the same like school grade, but the difference is that like a couple of them were yeah, I was gonna say just I guess not sugarcoating it necessarily, but like held back a year. Just I mean like it was because of like 4 to 5-year-old kind of stuff. It wasn't like it was stuff later. It's common enough, so it's not that big of a deal. And then, so, like, they were kind of, like, spring before, like, our graduating class, and then the other friends are September. So, like, they're already in the older end of the graduating class, and then meanwhile, here I am, like, a summer baby, so, like, meanwhile, I'm the younger end of the graduating class. And just, like, there's some moments where I can just honestly tell that I'm, like, I'm almost a year younger than them. Like, it doesn't seem like there'd be that much of a difference, but there's, like, some moments in my life where I'm like, yeah, I can tell. Just having more energy to do stuff. Like, you wouldn't think a year would make that much of a difference. Well, it's not even just them, it's, like, other acquaintances I run into from grade school and everything. Like, you wouldn't think it would make that much of a difference, but apparently it does. Either that or I'm just way more active. It could be just a combination of factors. Yeah, I know that's part of it too, is I'm definitely kind of more of a positive person. Like, obviously there's moments that where like life needs to be serious, but it's not that frequent. Oh, he did it again. Here's the thing, that shouldn't happen. He should not go flying off the sides like that. You are supposed to go forward or backwards. That should not be a thing. I'm not hitting the diagonal button. Because part of it too is that, like, I think unfortunately that these Pro controllers might also suffer from Joy-Con drift. I think my controller unfortunately might be at that point, which sucks because the controllers are $90. So I'm like, yeah, see what I mean? Like, I'm not even trying it too much. It's just he's just slowly drifting to that direction. Yeah. God damn it! Toad! Was that on a sale or was that normal price? It's the drift. It's the frickin' drift. I'm not even trying to mess up. This is why I have to occasionally just, yeah, I might want to do that just to be safe. Occasionally I have to reset the controller. Doesn't necessarily 100% fix it, but it gets rid of most of it. Maybe it might have been 70, I have to double check. I might be thinking of the Joy-Cons that were more expensive. Yeah, it says they currently run for $70 under normal circumstances, so yeah, it was 70 then. Like, if you buy them brand new, not, like, used or anything. So yeah, I'm thinking of the Joy-Cons that run for 90. I think that honestly might have been why I switched over to the Pro Controller to begin with, because it's cheaper than the Joy-Cons. Yeah, well, and of course I know that just the thing is that, like, it definitely is a Venn diagram, because, like, you can find people who are interested in video games, and you can find people who are interested in YouTube stuff, or internet stuff, which, to be fair, this is very broad. Video games are a bit more specific. So basically, I mean, there's a lot of content nowadays, but, like, finding people who like both at the same time, that can be a pretty rare combo, for speaking from experience. I mean, pretty much look no further than the friend group I was talking about. Like, there's, like, basically, like, some are really into video games, some are really into internet, but are they passionate about both to the extent that I am? No. To be fair, it's not, this isn't the only stuff that, like, I necessarily, like, am passionate about. It's just, these are the things I primarily, well, that and cooking and baking, those are pretty much the things that show up on streams, as well as kind of my musical interests and such. But, like, everything else doesn't necessarily come up on streams. And I'm, like, purposely, like, controlling Toad so he's going that direction just so he doesn't shift that direction. Just out of paranoia now. Yeah, like I said before, it's the negative side about having Toad, like, because he's the speed character, because sometimes he gets too much momentum and you fly off the edge like what happened last time. Because again, I barely played as Toad before this playthrough, so this is a whole experience and a half. Alright, pretty much can just speed through this. Try not to get hit, though. I mean, to be fair, I do have a spare power-up, so it's not that big of a deal if I do. There we go. Okay, staying alive. For the points. Okay, jump. Cool. Yeah, so it more so matters when you're playing as multiplayer. I kind of joke about it because I'm like, you don't necessarily need the points, but it's like, points for the points. Alright, so then on to... I'll do this one first. Bombs Baloo! Raise your hands if you played a crap ton of Mario 64 back in the day. Of course, it's like the first couple levels, so you hear that song all the time. But toss the bomb. Yeah, I say it's Bob-omb Battlefield. I think that's the actual name of the soundtrack, but it also does play in Whomp's Fortress. Plus, I think some other levels later on in the game. Okay, run. Welcome in, Purple Fire Kitty. Just playing some 3D World. Currently, kind of on the latter portion of World 5. Chuck. And try to grab this one up if I can help it. Slow and steady. Cool. Alright, then I gotta grab the bunny. Alright, easy enough. I swear it's never that easy. Yeah, I'm kind of doing a hard run mode of sorts where I'm playing the entire thing as Blue Toad. Yes, so much cat. Okay, and then I gotta go that way. Pew! Yes. Alright. I thought I was gonna take damage there. Saved by the post-invincibility frames. Explosions! And you have to normally puzzle your way through that with a bomb, but not when you have a cat suit. The power of the cat suit. It's cheating to victory. It's not cheating if the game lets you do it. Might be cheap, but it's not cheating. Until that's a Mario part. Okay, I should preface this. When there's no RNG involved, when it's just completely fair, like 98% of the time, it's fine. But when there's RNG involved to that extent, just no. Alright, speedrun strats. In 9 seconds. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's about as fast as you can do that. Oh yeah, just basically just somehow get a couple hundred coins and then just get a bunch of magic lamps. In the third game from like or you get all the coins from Game Guy. Get back when it was the lamp. Yeah, that's why I'm glad there's an item limit, because just imagine if you could carry an unlimited amount of items, it'd be so broken. The stars. Screw those things. They were actually on the backdrop as pixel art of one of the levels. That's why I was mentioning that earlier. It's just like, screw the stars! Screw them so hard. Cakewalk Flip. And now the flip concept's back from Mario Galaxy 2. The Piranha Plant's like, stop, I'm gonna puke. Ooh. Within the cake itself. This is the precursor to Peach's birthday cake. Like, not again! Yes, if you get Mario Party Superstars, have fun with that board. Yeah, gotta love those last second chance times. Oh, right, crap, I gotta remember that there's gonna be a jump involved here. Okay. Shit. Gotta remember this is gonna be more difficult too because, again, I'm playing as Blue Toad. Okay, cool, I got it. Shit. Yeah, this might take a few attempts. It's just some things you just don't have to think about when you have a character who has a normal jump. Yeah, this is the rest of the stream, is just trying to... Like, I could beat the level whenever, it's just, it's getting this darn collectible is gonna be the issue. Well, this is the nice part about having multiple characters, is you can have one person stand on the switch, you don't have to worry about it. Shit. You wanted teamwork in a multiplayer game? You're all too busy self-sabotaging over there. Okay, and then just go back for it, play it safe. Right, I forgot about this part. Wow, they actually had this in the... I'll have to double check if the double cherry's a thing. It might be impossible to get that without a second player. Well, like I said, I have to go back and double check if you can get a double cherry in this level or not, because it's the only way I can see how you could get that. If so, guess who's grabbing a second controller just for one level? Well, here's the thing, that'd be so stupid if that was the case, because, like, basically it means completing the game single player is impossible. Well, but at this point I got the rest of the collectibles, so that helps at the very least. I'll check every item box known to man, then. Okay, there it is, cool. I kind of figured there had to be at least one double cherry in this level, otherwise that's impossible with one player. Pretty much. Well, of course, one thing I wonder too. Yep. Okay, so yep, even after the checkpoint, you can also get a double cherry. Well, don't lose the other clone. Shit. Shoot. It's like, well, time to off myself off the edge to make this quicker. Shoot. Yeah, I really should at this point. I almost have to get into position where the other clone's close enough is the caveat, though. Yeah, I don't even know if you can. Like, you can't get close enough to your clone to get it to happen. Yeah, that is a really hard jump to make. That doesn't involve killing the clone at some point. Like, either it falls off the cliff, or it gets hit by the laser beam. Gonna try going to the left and see if that improves my results. Shit. I know I could just reset the level, but I don't care that much. Okay, maybe if I get to under 10 lives, then I'll actually reset the level, but until then, I'm gonna do this legit. Okay, and then I can reset the clones like that. Okay, jump. 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 Shit. Lost the momentum right at the end. So many dead clones. They're all just in that chasm down there. Well, not news. Well, yeah, I suppose it is technically the clones. Because every single time Toad dies, it's two bodies. Jump. Go. Yay! That sucks. That's the negative side about the clones, is that, like, the first person to touch the pole, that's where they end up. Doesn't matter if you were going for like the best jump on the planet, just because one of your clones was down there and they jumped the gun, you're screwed. I mean, not that I needed that, but it's still fun. I still find it funny. Okay, I did that already. Alright, one level, and then we're on to the Castle of World 5. Now, with the trash can enemies. Shoot. Alright, never mind, we're good. Oh, shoot. Run! Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. Thanks, idiots. Oh, shoot. Yep, it's unfortunately impossible now. Alright, now I know where some of the collectibles are. I'm just gonna pretty much just speed through this. Oh, shoot. Ah! Shoot, I didn't realize there were more of them. Oh, I see what happened. They circled around. Okay, cool. There we go, I had a much better setup that time. Run! Alright, done. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's basically the precursor to the actual castle. It's like a fortress in front of the castle, essentially. I mean, it is kind of a purplish color, so that does make sense. Whew. Nice. So yeah, for that one specific section, you need the cat suit. Infinite green stars. Whew. Alright, then I believe one of the other things was right here. Yep. So yeah, 2 of the collectibles you need the cat suit for, unless you just jump off the other players' heads. Yeah, Toad, what the heck, man? Crap. Alright, cool. Haha. Suck it. Just because I don't want Toad to actually go off the edge. Cool. Alright, on to World 6. This basically allows you to shortcut to the other worlds. This opens up the Golden Train level. Yeah, because from here on out, you're going upwards. Alright, time to life grind like you wouldn't believe. In cheese mood. Alright, so with that out of the way, on to World 6. I mean, it doesn't really serve much of a purpose, especially since you can just, like, teleport to the beginning of the level. It's more for aesthetics, if anything. It's funny how they can accidentally kill each other. Yeah, we got an actual hammer bro to deal with now, so gotta be careful. Cool. Yeah, I know. Yeah, especially with the cannon box, you can actually kill the other players. That's just insane. One of my favorite platforming abilities in this game is just to spin the control stick and then whee! I'm glad they carried this over to Mario Odyssey. Might have been... Actually, now that I think about it, this was in Mario Sunshine. I just barely used it. It's because I'm just abusing the stick. Hey, I did this on the Wii U, too. Well, because, I mean, this is the only time you can be in these stamp houses. Like, once you leave, you can't come back. Like, this is a tradition every single time I play this game, is I do this inside of every single house. I just haven't been doing it because I've been trying to focus on progression. But literally, in some cases, I would dink around in here for like 10 minutes. Because it was a nice reprieve/break from the platforming. Especially with some of the harder levels later on. Alright. Alright, Toad, let's leave before you puke. That's the fun part about games, like, yep, just forget progression, I'm just gonna do whatever I want. And it's the best. Oh gosh. It's like, no, why? Who Careful. This might require the... So this might require the cat bell power-up. Essentially, there's a star up here. Yeah, Toad can't jump high enough, unfortunately. Alright. Come back to it later. Time to witness second-hand cannibalism. Yeah, Toad, what the heck, man? It's messed up. Shoot, I went the wrong way. What you get for being a sick freak, Toad. What the heck, man? So many fuzzies. Okay, so yeah, I guess it wasn't one of the stars, it was the stamp. Oh, shit! Didn't think it was gonna go with that much momentum. Why? Another Boo House. Once more with feeling. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, the closest thing we get to experience is the one level later in the game, but that's about it. But yeah, a whole game like this would be sweet. Yeah, and of course the mods are always really fun to check out. I mean, you could literally put anything in a game. Of course, you see the meme ones a lot, but then there's the ones that are actually legitimately cool. Don't get me wrong, some of the meme ones are cool, but, like, there's the ones that are actually, like, impressive. Like, some of them are like, why were some of these features or costumes in the base game kind of cool? Wow, that's nuts. Yeah, I was gonna say then just co-op in a bunch of games that weren't initially co-op. That was honestly one of the best additions they could have made in terms of modding. Alright. Back we go. Oh, shoot. Thank goodness. Yeah, exactly. Just, yeah, allows more interaction between players. Shortcut. Yeah, and then of course you have to use the backward jump in order, upwards jump in order to even reach that. Of course, you can just skip this entire section with the cat suit. Thank goodness I have a second cat suit. And I'm not breaking it out until I'm done with this area. Time to bypass that whole pipe situation and use the cat suit. Alright, now time to go to the haunted house. Spooky seasick wreck. Shoot. It's impossible to grab on with the ledge, that sucks. Well, bye-bye with the cat suits. Yep, and here's the bullies from Mario 64. So many bullies. Taste my fireballs. Whoa, that was pretty impressive, Toad, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so there's the stamp. So you just kind of have to time it accordingly. Or just throw caution to the wind like I just did. Now you got regular booze. Oh, barely pulled it off. Heck yeah. Alright, so I gotta go back to the first star at some point. Oh shit. No! Alright, yeah, thanks for tuning in, Dominic. Have a good night. So, carefully go through this section. Okay, one down. Alright, sweet. Yeah, I know I was gonna have to do it twice anyways, just because I have to go back to the first star. Alright, now I just gotta figure out where the star is located. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. You had to take out both of those bullies. Shoot, didn't get enough momentum on that jump. Jump. Cool. Yeet! There we go. Crap. Yeah, and then to get this one, you need the Katsu, so try not to get injured. Alright, done. This was another level where you could only do it with the gamepad on the Wii U version. Yeah, of course you can still attack with the cat, so you just couldn't do it with other power-ups. Whew. Got it. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure you need a propeller box in order to get that stamp, so I'll have to go back for it. First, let's go ahead and fight this guy. Out of my way. Alright, cool. Well, that was a pit. Whoops. Alright, so that's all the collectibles. Then I just gotta head to the goal post, and then that'll be the end of the level. poop. Yeah, and it's like if you don't get the shoe almost immediately, you're not gonna make it in time. Oh, come on, I wasn't even on the spikes. That was stupid. You know, it's like you literally have to take a leap of faith in order to get that one. Alright, done. Hmm. Here we got ourselves a good old-fashioned auto-scrolling level. And immediately loses the Tanuki suit. Thanks, Toad. Alright, cool. Alright, the next mystery house. Yeah, that's where I really gotta get used to the fact that you have to press the button twice to actually throw it, because like I said, usually it would be hold and throw. There we go. Alright, done. Alright, on to the World 6 boss. Oh crap, I missed a stamp in World 5. I gotta go back for that. So yeah, there's one level in World 4 I'm missing a stamp. And one in level 5 I'm missing a stamp. So yeah, I gotta go back to 2 levels and get stamps. Or excuse me, World 5. You know what I mean? But for now, boss time. Ah, crap, it missed. Oh well, moving on. Alright, sweet. Get back here, you piece of crap. There you go. TNT. Alright, so I think the plan will be to go back to those 3 levels and grab the collectibles, and then we'll start off the next session with World 7. Okay, so I need to go to 4 or 5 to grab the stamp. Okay, so I missed the stamp in this area. Just like get back to normal Toad. Well, that didn't last very long. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey Zach, and welcome in, just kind of doing some last minute collectible completions before we wrap up. I still gotta do like 3 levels, so I'm gonna be on for a little bit longer, but not much. Got to the beginning of World 7, so that's a lot of progress for one session. Basically doing a hard mode run where I'm completed the entire game as Toad, which he has a crappy jump, so figured that'd be a fun challenge. Okay, I got you. Alright, so that's done. So yeah, I gotta grab the stamp from 5-2. Thanks, appreciate it. Oh, back to this level, gosh darn it. No! I gotta figure out where the darn stamp is. Because that doesn't look like the stamp. Okay, there's the stamp. Easy enough. Ouija! Alright, so we just gotta get that second bombable section to grab the green star in the boss area, and then we'll be caught up. Oh yeah, I forgot, World 7's technically called World Castle. Oh crap, it doesn't give any more bombs after that. Alright, redo. Oh, nice, it didn't miss. Okay, just watch out for the spikes. Whee! Shoot. So yeah, good as it saved the collectibles, I just have to finish the level. Alright, cool. Okay, so double check, but that should be all the collectibles for the first 6 worlds then. Alright, so I believe that there then. Alright, so thanks for tuning into the stream. I was able to get a decent chunk of the game done, and we'll for sure finish the main part of the campaign next time, and it'll probably, well, including Bowser's Fury, it'll probably go at least 3 sessions, but we'll see what happens. So in terms of the schedule for the rest of the week, it's going to be more Persona 5 Royal tomorrow, very likely beating the crap out of Maruki and seeing what happens from there, and then likely finishing up the epilogue next week, and just going from there. So that'll be about it, so doubt there's going to be anyone to raid, but I'll double check. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, I'm just going to end it there then, so have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.